Dankjewel.
Alsjeblieft. Fijne dag.
Fijne dag. Hey everyone and welcome back. Today we're gonna make a good effort to finish up A Realm Reborn the patches. And to do that we'll have to go back to the Rising Stones. Last time we did Snowcloak, the Shiva fight, and Keeper of the Lake. During Keeper of the Lake, we lost our Blessing of Light to Midgard Sommer, who wants to test us. Let's start with talking to everyone here, including Lucia. Have you spoken with Commander Levieux yet? He has been pacing again. Well, he can stay pacing. That's all fine. Balsami is coming. What should we do? Oh, he's not? No, Midgard Sommer isn't coming to Taru. I can promise you that. That lady knight from Ishgard is quite a gallant figure, doesn't she? Oh? Oh? Considering the sudden arrival of foreign envoys and like, preparing suitable meals with the Rising Stones can prove to be quite an interesting challenge. We're able to locate those elusive manuscripts in the archives of the Town of the Archers Guild. I haven't spoken much of the new guild masters. Hey Plictins, welcome in. How's everyone doing? How was RuneScape? Yeah, I know. I was there. Yeah, it was fine. We're in the part of the story where we just finished up Keeper of the Lake. You were there quite recently, I believe. Because I remember commenting on the fact that Midgard Summer is an ass. Yeah, but it's New Game Plus, so I'm probably gonna be faster than you anyway, because I don't have all the fluff that I need to do between streams. I mean, I do have fluff, like, for sure, but my fluff is just going after mounts, that kind of stuff. Speaking of, I got a mount you might be interested in. But I need to get out of here. Also, I got this little minion. It's a wind-up dragonet. Isn't it cute? It's a pain to get though. Mount guide. I think it's Yeah, here. I got myself a wyvern mount. The little minions that sit on you are adorable. Also, I can show you the shadow quip that's coming up in the treasure trove next week. Where are they? Where are they? They're over here. Here. And I want to show you this one because this one is just fucking amazing. This is a two-seater mount you get when you get all those Gwibbers. There are 7 of them in total. You also have a really red one, which I think you might like. Oh, my FC leader, I swear. But yeah, the Shadow Gwib is coming up in the Treasure Trove, and I highly recommend you get it because, well, the fight is really cool to get that one. It's also quite annoying. I spoke to these people, speak to Ishada. That may seem tedious when compared with the smithing of terrible foes. Poring over crumbling scrolls is one of Ascient's most important duties. Without the elimination of knowledge, we are faintly fail at specters in the dark. Oh, boy. I told the Udat me tank constraint, the one who promised us that rare ore, and she began cursing me of words I've only ever heard from the mouths of pirates. I still have no idea what she was so angry about. I have a feeling I know what she was angry about. In hindsight, mayhaps sending a lady in my set was not the wisest of decisions. Pray ignore my ramblings. Yeah, sure. I'm pushing out of my research as quickly as I dare. The next time you'll face an Asian, would have you fight with a proper weapon in hand. That's reassuring, moaned Brita. Professor Lamartine published a thorough story on corrupted crystals and their properties. I highly recommend you procure yourself a copy of his work. I've become intimately familiar with that asshole, so no thanks. I must confess, the relationship between the crystal formations and the destruction of the Asians quite escaped me. Well, sometimes it even goes over my head and I already played everything, so fair enough. Yes, go on, head to bed. It goes the same for every one of the raiders that came in with Blixins. Please, if you need to, get some rest. Raid and run is fine by me. Just make sure you take care of yourself. Praise the 12 of your hill and hole. I came as soon as Mifia informed me of Sir Emmeric's request. You have completed your investigation to keep off the lake, I take it? Then I would hear your report. You converse with Midgard Summer. I swear, were anyone else to make such a claim, I would regard it with considerable skepticism. Are we to understand that the Worm Lord did not perish and has so lain dormant these past 15 years? Less a resurrection, more a rejuvenation of he who dwelleth in eternity, years passing as moments. Though his words were ambitious at times, one statement left little room for interpretation. My people have heard the song, Ishgard shall burn. Clearly an attack is imminent, we must share this information with Sir Emmerich immediately. However, we dare not divulge our conversation with Midgardsormr in its entirety. To even acknowledge that you have heard the voice of a Dravanian is a grave but necessary risk. Lest we forget, men have been executed as heretics for declaring as much. Yeah, thanks for reminding me of that. For your own protection and for the sake of our tenuous relations with Ishgard, the truth cannot leave this room. As for how we shall present our revelation to Sir Emmerich's emissary, you may leave that to me. Pray remain here for now. Yes, absolutely, Harrow. Please go and get some rest. That's the most important thing. Thank you so much for joining me for a little bit. That's really appreciated. Is there something you are not telling us, Melody? You seem different somehow. It is almost as if you're missing something important. 12 for Fint. Midgard Summer stripped you of the blessing of light? Are you alright? How do you feel? I see. It is a relief to hear that you are otherwise unharmed. It beggars belief that any being could possess the power to deprive you of her blessing. Hmm. Midgard Summer made a mention of a covenant, did he not? One of the ancient myths regarding Silver Tear Falls states that when the waters came into existence, so too did a great worm. Alden Kanamiya, brother Time and sister Fate, decreed that Midgard Summer ever watch over the source from which all water and magic was set to flow. I wonder, what if this was the covenant of which he spoke, and it was not the gods of whom he treated, but Heidelin herself? Well, if he is watching over you as he claimed, mayhap he will have an opportunity to ask. Let's keep this matter to ourselves. I do not wish to burn our friends needlessly. Art thou a pawn, or a master of thy fate? What hast thou wrought by thine own hands, mortal?
My friend, I can scarce believe it. You confronted the Worm Lord and lived to tell the tale. I give thanks to Helone for your preservation. It is our sole cause for gladness. Your encounter with the Keeper of the Lake served to confirm our fears. A great worm has roared, and it makes little difference if it was one of the two in Eorzea or any other. The Dravanians are coming.
I am told that Ishgard has magical defenses against Dravanian attack, though I am not privy to their exact nature. Will they be enough to repel a massive force?
Ishgard has weathered countless assaults over centuries. This will be no different. And now that you have confirmed the threat, none can ignore the Lord Commander's calls for the wards to be strengthened. I dare not presume to speak for him, but I expect the Lord Commander would sing your praises.
I'm not gonna take you up on that, Pat, because I believe you're quite right.
I must away, but we shall meet again soon.
Countless assaults weathered, and this will be no different? Why am I not convinced?
Because the previous assaults did not have ice-hard scheming in the background. The Ishgarians have warred the Stravanians for centuries, nay, nearly 1,000 years. In all times, once they have their enemies breach their defenses and enter the city proper. Yet regardless of how strong these magic wards may be, I nevertheless fear that the Ishgarians are underestimating the gravity of the situation. Though it was not Midgard Somar who roared, a call to arms by one of the first brood cannot be ignored. Until such time as they choose to request our aid, however, we can do naught but observe the observation at a distance and pray that our fears are unfounded. Ere I forget, I believe Moonbreda has requested a gathering of the Scions. I assume there has been some progress concerning our efforts to combat the Asians. Pray inform her that our business with the Ishgardians is concluded for the moment. I shall be along once I complete my communications with the Crystal Braves. All on we talk of dragons? Wonderful, because Asians are next on the menu. Let's head into the cellar, shall we?
Now that everything's calmed down a bit, relatively speaking, I mean, I thought it might be a good time to share our progress on the weapon. I believe we're on the verge of a breakthrough.
Ooh.
Well, don't keep us all in suspense.
Just in case anyone's forgotten, let's start by reviewing what we already know. So, an Asian is an immortal because its soul doesn't return to the ethereal realm when its host is defeated. Instead, it flees to the place that lies between our world and the void.
Yes.
Therefore, the first step to permanently defeating an Asian is preventing its soul from making this journey. And if you recall, when we last gathered here, I had verified that white auracite has adequate capacity to entrap the beings, albeit only briefly.
Which left the small matter of their extermination.
Aye. To unmake an Asian soul, one must needs smite it with a concentrated burst, or blade, of purest ether. However, we wanted for both the data and the means to forge such a weapon.
Short of experimenting on an actual Asian, you see, there's no way to gauge how much ether its soul is made of. As such, we don't know what etheric density our blade needs to have in order for it to work.
So we'll just have to make the densest blade we can and hope for the best. Though that would require a lot of ether. Hang on a minute. Why didn't we think of this before? White aurosite can hold an absolute heap of ether, can't it?
Please tell me you're joking. God's sakes, Ida. I feel as though I'm leaving the same scene
I
over
was
and over
about
with
to
you.
say,
How
I
many
thought
times
we've
do you need to be
spoken
told
of this
that white
before.
aurosite cannot store ether for long periods? Being intangible matter, ether is given to dispersion. Only in its crystallized form is it a stable source of energy. I will test you later on this, so see to it you do not forget.
Oh.
Right, yes. It's all coming back to me.
So our hopes rest on good old crystals again, do they? While they are certainly reliable, they leave something to be desired in the area of portability.
Indeed. I am reminded of the quantity of corrupted crystals required to thwart Leviathan, and the extraordinary lengths to which the Laminsons went to transport them. What if it should prove that a similar quantity was needed to destroy an Ascian's soul? Or still more?
Oh, that's gonna cost quite a bit.
I do not envy the poor sod who has to lug all of that around on the off chance that an Ascian appears.
That's
Yeah,
the
it's
very
gonna be
problem
me,
we set
isn't
out
it?
to solve. And I reckon we've found the answer. If it isn't practical to lug around the ether we need, we'll just have to draw upon another source. And the only viable source is the land.
If you mean to tap the Great River of Ether, know that it will entail considerable risk. Meddling with the currents may well induce a surge like to the one which despoiled Mordona.
Give me a bit more credit, will you? Why would we need to tap the river when there are veritable reservoirs jutting out all over the land? Aye, I speak of corrupted crystals. It might be that their aspect is out of balance, but a crystal's a crystal. It contains ether, and we can help ourselves to it.
While corrupted crystals are indeed abundant, there is no guarantee that they will be in close proximity at a crucial moment.
But what if we don't need them to be? What if we could tap their power from afar? A malm away, say? If we could do that, we'd have ready access to ether aplenty in almost every corner of Eorzea. I've yet to put my theories to the proof, but I've got a good feeling about this. If no one has any objections, I'd like to see where this avenue leads.
Please go right ahead, Mongrita.
If you think it's worth your while, you have my blessing. But tell us, what are your theories? I, for one, am most eager to understand the process, however vaguely.
I thought you might say that, but no one wants to listen to boring old theories all day, do they? I know I don't. So with your permission, I'd like to try something a bit more hands-on. I've already built an etheric siphon especially for this purpose, and I've been meaning to try it out.
Ooh, proactive. I like.
Thing is, the profusion of corrupted crystals in Mordona makes it something of a high-risk testing ground. If anything goes awry with the siphon, it would be better if it didn't happen within spitting distance of quite so much ether. Ideally, I need an isolated specimen. Does anyone know where I can find one?
May I suggest northern Thanalan? There you will find corrupted crystals of middling size, standing a reasonable distance apart. Ideal for your needs, I should have thought. Oh, and if you do elect to visit the place, I should be much obliged if you would assist me in another matter while you are in the area.
Has something happened?
Movement has been observed at Castrum Meridianum.
Ooh, that's
During
not good.
Operation Archon, the Alliance dealt the stronghold a heavy blow. Its facilities were extensively damaged, and its garrison reduced to a fraction of its former strength. Not long after our forces withdrew, however, their ranks were replenished by reinforcements from Castrum's sentry. They now seek to rebuild. And to this end, they have their sights set upon the ceruleum processing plant.
Yeah, how about we don't allow that?
Having lost the Empire's support, the 14th Legion lacks the resources to sustain itself. To them, this is a bid for survival, and they will doubtless fight like desperate men. Though I have dispatched the Crystal Braves, I fear their strength alone may not suffice to stay the Imperial assault. I would request the Scion's aid in the defensive effort.
If I didn't know better, I'd say you were trying to inveigle us into fighting your battle with the promise of shiny crystals.
Ooh, you're right.
Well then, consider me inveigled. I won't lie, the crystals you speak of sound perfect. So the guardians have to go.
Oh, I love Mom Brita so much.
Besides, we can't afford to beat about the bush. There's no telling when the Arsians will next appear.
Thine eagerness to hurl thyself into the jaws of danger cometh as little surprise. Exercise due caution, I prithee.
Though you have become a Crystal Brave, you are yet a Scion, Alphino. We could hardly refuse you. Pray, join the Crystal Braves and lend them your support. Thangred and Papalymo shall accompany you. Ida and Yashtola, in the meantime I would have you assist Moon Brida. Scout out the crystal clusters, that the testing may commence as soon as the Gallian threat has been eliminated.
If it please you, I shall continue mine own experiments on white aurosite.
Thank you, Urianger. Everyone, pray see to your preparations and depart as soon as you are able. Go.
Does seem that the events have once more conspired to rob us of rest and recuperation. Though I would wish it otherwise, I must ask you head straight away to the processing plant. The fourth have already deployed to the area and await the arrival of the Science. Will brief you on the developing situation. Loaded! Yay! Meanwhile, I must rendezvous with Captain Ilbert at our headquarters in Ulda. I shall take command of our forces there with a lighter heart, knowing that you go to support the front lines. Your duties take you to the northern Townland, do they not? We too must say our farewells to the Rising Stones for a time. Fill him in travels to Ulda, and we shall serve as her escort. At my daughter's behest, I got to contact certain old acquaintances in the Guild City. We are beset on all sides by civil unrest and imperial machinations. Driven by primals and controlled by dragons, we need all the allies we can muster. Many of my friends hold positions of power, you see, and it is my hope that they can be convinced to aid the Science cause. If past events have taught us anything, then we know that Eorzea must present a united front, or we shall fall. United we stand, divided we fall. If only everyone could actually, you know, adhere to that. How extraordinary that my little Acidia is involved in such far-reaching affairs. I am proud that I might now stand at her side not only as a mother, but also as a colleague. A colleague with influential connections. But I fear that Ulda has become a place of danger even for one so familiar with her streets. But will Appetite Blackguard as much glares in your direction, my lady? Alright, Hori, I trust you will keep her safe. I have full faith in you two. Ah, I shall be well protected, it seems. Shall we be on the way then? We do seem to be running low on provisions. I believe an excursion to the marketplace is in order. For a small organization, we certainly choose to a prodigious amount of foodstuffs. Perhaps I should put a look on the larder door. Oh boy, that's not reassuring. Alright, the Rising Suns is actually empty. Oh, something went wrong with the... turn off. Turn on. Yep. Loaded! Hi. Commander Devious and word that you will be coming. A veteran of your talents is most welcome. Not that I don't think we can handle the situation, mind you. I learned a trick or two since that disaster with the Almaja. But returning to the task at hand. The Flames reconnaissance scouts have reported Imperial soldiers assembling at Rowan's push. Such a force is likely interested in only one thing, getting their hands on resources found here at the processing plant. The Guardians could begin marching on us any time. Pray speak with Lieutenant Edelstein that we might coordinate our counter strategy. In the meantime, I will inform the others you have arrived. No doubt it will be welcome tidings. You're growing up! I am so happy to see that. Captain Lane, my soldiers yet tell tales of your deeds during Operation Archon. Would that we could sit a while and reminisce about old times, but I fear more pressing matters require our attention. The civilian draftsmen you see have come across several highly suspicious crates within the boundaries of the processing plant. I have my sappers take a close look and the war spheres were confirmed. These boxes contain powerful explosive devices of Imperial design, LS. By my order, the plane stationed there are conducting a thorough sweep of the compound as we speak. Though it tells me we were unable to apprehend the Imperial spy behind this, I have faith that our men will be able to neutralize the threat for now. In the meantime, our scouts bring troubling news on the latest movements of the Imperial Army. I would once again ask for your aid. Woo! We've been keeping a close eye on that guarding garrison. It would seem the Imperials have finally begun to mobilize. According to a reconnaissance report that just came in, the squad seen leaving the castle are too few in number to effectively take and hold our position. They will likely mount with assault and focus on the acquisition of resources. I have of course also shared this report with the Crystal Braves. They have decided to take to the field to meet this assault head on. I have apprised your fellow science of the situation and I'm heartened to know that they will be joining the effort. Pray report to Lieutenant Alian and lend your much welcome strength to the counteroffense. Considering the weapon she wields, I don't believe the lady is in need of additional protection. Be it squad soldiers or magic monstrosity, I shall allow no foe to harm the lovely Mombrita. Is it? Well, I don't think you need to protect her like Pablimo says, because that's a nice axe. Isn't it a beauty. A lady merchant in Revenant's Soul simply came to me. She said she was investing in the future or some such. Oh, I approve. Now that is an impressive piece of steel. Have you ever seen Mom swing her axe? Swipe, slice, cleave? There's really no stopping her. Right then. Time to see if all this training is paid off. Relgar, guide my blade. Hey Sisu, welcome in. How have you been? Glad to have you with us, Melody. As I'm sure Lieutenant Isu has explained, the Guardians have deployed a small force from Castle Meridianum. I'm doing pretty good, pretty good. Doing one of my favorite things in the world. Playing video games and at the same time cuddle my kitty. He has decided to be very persistent in the fact that he needs to be pet, so he's lying with his head on my hand while I'm playing. Your main column assembles to the north near Dunmud Sounds, but we have also spied several squads attempting to conceal themselves on the approach to the west. Hey, it's Ilbert. They wish you to rush forward and commit to battle with the main column, leaving the dash force free to raid the plant and pillage supplies. Not much of a strategy, but these are desperate men. Is this a little bit better? But yeah, I'm doing pretty well. I'm just having a grand old time playing video games and petting my kitty. Greetings, Science. I understand that Commander bids you and your fellows come lend a hand to the Braves. With such mighty heroes at his disposal, the force should have little trouble contending with aught the Guardians might throw at them. I'm having a lot of fun. Yes, thank you. This is actually one of my favorite parts in the base game of A Realm Reborn. I really like it because it's packed full of all kinds of action and lore, so yeah. Even you cannot be everywhere at once. The third was getting restless, hold up a new data, and march them out here to fill any holes in the plan's defenses and add their numbers to your counterattack. Your reinforcements are welcome, and we have enough soldiers now to divide our own forces and safely engage the enemy far beyond the walls. It would be best to avoid staging a battle anywhere near this much ceruleum. Let's take this fight to the Guardians. Wise course indeed. I shudder to think of the consequences should any of these storage tanks be exposed to fire. If there are no objections, the Science will join the fourth and give battle to this main column. You're with the third then, Warrior of Light. Your job will be to intercept these squads hiding out in the west and prevent them from reaching the persons planned. I would rather go with the fourth actually, but oh well. You're ready to proceed? The reporter Lieutenant Yu has said his scouts should have a rough idea of where the Imperials have concealed themselves by now. A pleasure to be fighting at your side once more, Cyan. Our operations invariably succeed when you're around, and victories are wont to pave the road to greater coin. You're such an Uldum Lalafil, I swear. Now, this detached force we have sent to eliminate has split into small squads, the better to conceal themselves with the terrain hereabouts, I imagine. We'll need to split ourselves up as well to cover more ground and make sure we root out all these would-be raiders. Oh, it's not? Oh, that's so sad. It's such a great game. I really, really would recommend it just for the story, even. And seeing as you're arming to yourself, I've assigned you your own areas to scour clean of enemy soldiers. Dice will be simple search and destroy. We'll rendezvous back here when the task is done. Happy hunting, Cyan. I don't. I'm not happy hunting people. Like, that's a non-happy occasion. The only time I'm happy hunting stuff is when I go for the hunt marks. You should not take my experience as that of a new sprout, because I am a level 100 dancer and I'm already done with the main story up to patch 7.1. So when I destroy enemies like that, that's not your regular experience. Just putting that out there real quick. This is a replay through, not a main playthrough. It can fly. All mounts can fly, actually. When you've unlocked flying, that is. Need to put that out there. You don't unlock flying in these areas until you're done with the main story. So, up to level 50? And then you unlock flying in all these areas, which is pretty cool. You see Grim Sign. I take that to mean that between us, more than a few Guardians won't be making it back to the Castron. These Imperials, though, they certainly made us earn our pay. I would be a heavy man if I never had to tussle with another of those magic whores. It's time we bid this war-torn land farewell. I will contact the four and let Lieutenant Alien know the west is now clear. I would appreciate it if you would do the same when you report to Lieutenant Edelstein. But yeah, I have a lot of mounts actually. I'll grab one of my more funny ones. This one's pretty funny. It's a capybara. And it can also fly. I have another really funny one. Yeah, should be in here. It's not that one, not that one. Here. Vroom. Oh, these things keep cracking me up. But I also have a really majestic mount, like... well, I have the horses, but I also have... Where is... Here? Captain Ning, what news of the Guardians? Their raiding parties are no more, then? Excellent. The engineers will be most relieved to hear that the plant is no longer in immediate danger. Thank you again for your assistance. You must be anxious for word of your fellows. Lieutenant Alian has reported a sound victory over the main golem and informs me that Signs have already turned their attention to other duties. Oh, but one that is. The Rogan lady with large axe, it would appear she has chosen to remain at the site of battle. I know not what task keeps her from returning to civilization, but Northern Townland is no place to wander alone, even for the capable sorts such as her. I would certainly feel better about things if you could check in upon her before you continue on your way. Oh, that was the whole point of coming here.
Hold on, I won't be a second. The beast seemed peckish, so I gave it a taste of my axe.
Good choice, yes.
I know. As Urianger never tires of reminding me. An axe ill becometh the hand of a scholar. What can I say? I like axes. To hear my mother tell it, I came into this world holding one. And it's not as if it stopped me picking up a quill, is it? I often think of the man who introduced me to the joys of learning. He's one of the reasons I decided to come to Eorzea. Him and my excruciatingly stiff childhood friend. Considering how unalike we are, it's a wonder we ever got on. The world's a strange old place, isn't it?
It's also a wonderful place.
Aye, that ought to do it. So far, so good. At these concentrations, it shouldn't matter too much if something goes awry. Just enough ether to make it interesting. Did you see that? The way the crystal glowed? The siphon works, I'm happy to say. With a few refinements, it should satisfy our appetite for ether, which just leaves the small matter of forging our blade. I'm not sure how to go about it just yet, but I swear to find a way. I'll put a blade in your hands if it's the last thing I do.
I trust you, Moonrita.
She senses me. A useful talent.
Oh, that voice. So nasally.
Hanassian, are they onto us?
By your brand, I see you are an Archon of Sharlayan, keeper of knowledge, seeker of truth, meddler.
I don't know what the hell's you're saying, but I don't much like your tone.
Your instincts serve you well. But come, be not unsettled on my account. That lovely brow was not made for frowns. But I waste my breath. Let me direct my words to one who understands them. We meet at last, warrior of light. I am Nabriales. And you have long been a thorn in my side. I suffered the overweening presence of La Habrea that men might host the power of gods, only for you to undo my hard work.
It's been my pleasure.
Oh, bugger.
Do settle down. You must concede that I acted in self-defense. But what's this? I do not sense the blessing of light. Oh dear. Could it be that frail Hydelin has forgotten her champion? This I did not foresee.
Yes, very good. Have a good lark. And thank you so much for stopping by.
Shorn of light as you are no longer a threat. And better yet, the seal is broken. Now is the time to claim the staff.
Stuff? Oh, not Tsumapi.
With it in my grasp, I shall rise above them all and take my place at Lord Zodiac's right hand.
What did that bastard want with us? Nobrialis, he calls himself. With charm like that, I'll bet he has maidens falling at his feet, unconscious.
Wow! Ouch!
But this staff, you say just talking about it had the bastard grinning like a brat on his name day. Must be quite a staff. Oh, gods. He means Tupsimati, Master Louis Soir's staff. Minfilia's in danger. We have to get back to the Rising Stones.
If I'm right, in the absence after Tsumapi, then we must make all haste back to the Rising Stones. Min and Philia must be warned. Well, let's rush back. You're here. Master Louis staff is kept in the solar, isn't it? Quickly now.
You two!
So, you were able to divine my intent. What now, warrior of light? Ah, but that name is no longer fitting. You have become decidedly dull, and quite incapable of barring my entry.
Well, Elidibus didn't need my blessing of light gone for him to come into our cellar, so... You're just mediocre.
What do you mean?
You truly do not know? Then I suppose it is only right that I enlighten you.
Oh, go away with those light puns.
The blessing of light kept you and your fellow meddlers safe. It was that which prevented my kind from entering your domain. My kind, I say, though it had no power over the likes of Elidibus and La Habrea. Being of this world, they could come and go as they please, while I could only look on. But I need look no longer. Now that the seal is gone, I mean to act. Unlike the others, I am not given to waiting. I shall take that staff and bring about the next rejoining.
Rejoining? Then it was your doing. The Isle of Val, the scholars, all of it.
You will not harm her!
Ouch.
Moonbreeder!
Why must you insist on forcing my hand? Did you learn nothing from our last meeting? Ah, but I forget. My words fall upon deaf ears.
The staff is but a broken relic, a memorial to the departed. What possible use could you have for it?
What use? You mean to say that all this time you kept the key, never knowing what it was you possessed? The staff Tupsimati, or rather the stone tablet it bears, is host to a great power. Together with the horn, it can be used to draw vast quantities of ether from its bearer's surroundings.
Hey, a siphon.
How else do you think Louis Soir was able to invoke the power of the 12 without making them an offering of crystals? Summoning requires not only prayer, but a profusion of ether. Even a child knows that.
If I did not know before, you may be certain I do now. But above all, I know that we cannot allow this staff to fall into your hands. I will die before I let you take it.
Insufferable woman. I would happily end your miserable life here and now. Alas, Elidibus would never let me hear the end of it. Very well. If you will not part with the staff, I will take you too.
Uh-oh. Oh, that's interesting.
After them! Quickly! Before the rift closes!
The chrysalis is now accessible. This is an even raid that a lot of people don't know how to do actually. So I will not bother going in with other people, to be honest. I do need to actually tick it that I want to do it. Thank you. She looks like she's in pain. Well, if I have my way now, yeah, you'll be gone soon enough. Yeah. Wow, that took a while for it actually. Registers. Huh, interesting. you gonna do anything? Wow. But yeah, it's basically just take these orbs, one red, then one green, then one red, then one green, and continue with everyone. It's not really that interesting. We missed the part that people often don't know about, which is when you go into an alternate dimension, then meteors come raining down, which can only be tanked by tanks, and the DPS should attempt to widen the ethereal tier as much as possible, so you can escape. Often with the help of a LB from the DPS. We cannot talk to Minfilia, so let's get out of here ASAP.
You're safe. Thank the 12.
He's just gonna try and escape.
You may have bested me this day, but what of the next? What of all the days to come? Remember, light no longer holds sway here. I may return whensoever I wish, again and again and again. Eventually, you will falter, and the staff will be mine.
Nah. Go, Moonbreeder, Moonbreeder.
There will be no next time. This is the end.
What trickery is this? No! Cannot! No!
No! Yes, I can.
Use Tube Samati to gather ether. Quickly, before he breaks free! Concentrate. Call to mind the time you struck down La Habrea with the Blade of Light. Why won't it work? Is it because we lack the blessing of light?
Damn it. So much ether. And it still isn't enough.
Fools! No mortal prison can contain me! I shall make you pay for your insolence!
listen to our plea. Lend us your divine light. Why can you not hear us? Do our words no longer reach you?
If only we had a bit more ether.
Oh no. I hate self-sacrificing people.
Moonbreeder, what are you doing?
Master Louis Soir, I understand now the choice you made. In death, there is life. Farewell, Urianger. You daft old coot.
Moonbreeder, no! You mustn't!
What? No! It cannot end!
But it does.
I am eternal! I am immortal!
You're just as mortal as Moonbreeder.
Moonbreeder. She's gone. You did it, my friend. The Ascian is dead. This device is a legacy of Moonbreeder's toils and sacrifice. I shall hold on to it for safekeeping.
Yes, please.
Minfilia, are you all right?
I am.
Oh, we were surveying northern Thanalan when we received the distress call. We returned as swiftly as we were able.
It seems you have everything in hand, however.
What happened here? Where is Moonbreeder?
She gave her life to temper the Blade of Light. I have no words.
Rather than await the inevitable, she took her fate into her own hands.
Does Urianger know?
My friend, there is something I must tell you.
I heard all, my lady. The moon sinketh, taking her leave of the heavens, yet her passing heraldeth the coming of a new day. Moonbreeder hath fulfilled her destiny, hath she not? Long ago, far across the seas in the Charlayan motherland, Moonbreeder and I did study under the sage tutelage of Master Louis Soir. Full oft did he impress upon us that knowledge existeth to serve the greater good. This sentiment, however, was contrary to the nation's policy of neutrality, which censured intercedence in the affairs of foreign lands. In spite of vehement opposition, he founded the Circle of Knowing, and journeyed hither to the heart of Eorzea. Through his noble sacrifice, was the realm spared its doom. Yet this great soul, whom all should rightly have honored, was branded a pariah in his own land. His peers did accuse him of forsaking his duty as a man of learning, and of meddling in the course of history. When he left Charlayan behind, Master Louisoix gave no word to signal his intent to Moonbreeder. Close as they were, as master and disciple, she was deeply wounded by the sudden exclusion from his confidence. Above all, however, she was confused. Try as she might, she could ill comprehend her master's motive. The slanders that were heaped upon him after his passing served only to inflame the turmoil within her. For years upon end, she knew not what to believe, torn as she was twixt the man whom she revered and the man who forsook her and his duty both.
The Louisoix I knew would never forsake his duty, much less one of his own.
This I know full well, my lady. 'Twas not for want of love that Master Louisoix hid his intent. He but desired that Moonbreeder discover her own path, free of the shadow of his influence. Long did I contemplate revealing the truth to her, and long did I hold my peace. After all, was it not Master Louisoix's wish that she come to the truth unaided? I told myself it was, and resolved to let her suffer. Knowingly did I deny my friend the comfort she craved. And now she hath gone to her rest, with doubt still in her heart.
She no longer doubted.
Speakest thou in earnest? Did Moonbreeder truly come to understand Master Louisoix's will before the end?
Small comfort as a bakery on shape, but she did.
The realization hath set her free. She may now find the peace which hath for so long eluded her. Oh, Moonbreeder, my dearest, how I shall miss thee.
Moonbreeder gave her life that we might possess the means to defeat the Ascians. Her sacrifice must not be in vain. Let us continue her work on the Blade of Ether and see it to completion.
My lady, I would mourn Moonbreeder in mine own way. I beg your permission to return to the Waking Sands.
Of course, my friend. Take all the time you require. We shall be here should you have need of us.
She was counting on the theory that the soul's evil burns bright as the moments of passing. A scholar until the very end. Oh, Mo, I miss you so much already. Oh, agreed, Ida. Agreed. Would he have arrived a few moments sooner? Just a few moments. Arts of grievances against Yassians already overlong. Must they continue to add to it? I fear they have to, Ishrada. I fear they have to. Never have I seen Urianger so utterly defeated. No one should be made to suffer such grief. We shall gather in the Shadian Manor to celebrate Moonbria's life and mourn her passing. As Moonbrida was a native of Shadian, I feel it's only fitting that we gather before the Mark of the Scholar. Are you familiar with the stone? It is a monument found at Frost. It's sacred to Thaliak, the guardian deity of the City of Learning. There we shall pray for our dear friend's soul and bid her a peaceful return to the light of the Mother Crystal. Why is it doing that? That should not be happening. Wait, I know what's happening. Yep. Was a simple solution, namely, the spacebar on my keyboard was being pressed, and that makes sure mouse go up high. The Mark of the Scholar.
Forgive me, Moonbreeder. Had I been quicker or wiser, but I was not, and you paid the price. But you would not suffer us to wallow in our sorrow, would you? You would tell us to pick ourselves up and get on with it. And so we shall. We shall defend this realm and her people to the last.
Life for death, a fair exchange.
Maybe to someone who's been alive for 1,000 years? Yeah, sure, but...
Other bargains will be struck.
For now, I won't swatch you out of the year. The rising stones feel somehow colder. Moonbreeder always carried with her such an abundance of warm cheer. He did. We must find some means of protecting ourselves from the Asi and the intrusions. There must be a way. Yeah. I don't feel like talking at the moment. If you could just give me some time. I love to see Ida in such pain, but I have no words to comfort her. Can you imagine? Papa Lima, the one who has an eloquent comment for every situation, I'm at a loss for words. Though we have said of our wells, the power of sadness has diminished but little. Forgive me, as antecedent, it isn't my job to be a pillar of strength for all others to lean upon. Yet, I also believe the grief we now feel is precious in its own way, and not to be lightly swept aside. Do you not agree? This as if a dagger has been thrust into my breast. But 'tis a pain we must learn to bear if we are to forge ahead with our duty. The battles we have fought have taken the lives of so many. Louisois, Moonbreeder, or fellows of the Waking Sands. Their spirit and dedication to our cause, however, will never be lost as long as we rise to fight once more. I hardly need remind you of this, of course. 'Tis for my own benefit that I repeat these words, a reaffirmation of mine own chosen path. If I do not rebuild the foundation of my resolve, I am like to collapse in a fit of weeping. My apologies again, Melody, when there is no other to whom I could display such weakness. You are my pillar of strength, and I fear I shall have need of your steadfast presence in the days to come. A victory won, a comrade lost. Honor the fallen, the living forge ever on towards the light of a new day. Have you a moment, Melody? I believe Ida wished a word with you. I shall consider it a personal favor if you will lend a sympathetic ear to her troubles. She has not been herself since Marguerite's passing, and my heart aches to see her so downcast. Hey, it's Maddie. Great! Oh, it's no use. I'm trying to stay positive, but it's just hard, you know. The thing is, I know Moon would tell me off if she saw me moping around like this. Which is why I decided to cheer myself up by getting her a special flower. I placed an order for a moon daisy with Rowena a while ago, and it's ready to be picked up. The trouble is, I find Rowena a bit difficult at best of times, and well, this isn't one of them. I know it's silly, but I can't face it at the moment. I was wondering, do you think you could maybe collect it for me? I have the going to pay for a flower right here. Thank you so much. I'll be waiting for you, and the daisy as Raffles. It's Been painful, yes. What can I do for you, adventurer? Eldritch Trinket Trade? Eh? They've got you running errands now. Sands really know how to make the most of your talents, don't they? Sending the savior of yours yet to the bleeding market. Fine use of your time, that is. Serious though, you'd best learn how to say no, or they'll have you looking out the chocobo stables next. Trust me, don't I know it? Anyway, what was it that you were here to pick up? The moon days, was it? Here then, take it. And tell that Elias have got a wide selection of hardware and stock if she ever decides to replace that dully old mask of hers. God knows she needs to. You're so nice and sensitive, Rowena. Rowena can be so annoying. She will just not take no for an answer. Every time I visit her, she insists I replace my visor with something more fashionable. And when I tell her I like it just fine the way it is, she says it again, and then again, and then again. It drives me quite crazy. What I mean to say is I really appreciate you doing this for me. So, anyway, let's see it. Mom really loves these things, you know. I hope that somewhere, somehow, she knows I'm still thinking of her.
I'll never forget you, Moon. None of us will.
The song riseth to a crescendo.
Oh, that's not good, I presume. Oh boy.
Is that what I think it is?
I do think that is what you think it is.
Hello, can you hear me? We have received grave tidings from Ishgard. Pray return to the Rising Stones at once.
This? Oh. Do not need that. We shall press on onwards, as we have always done. I will not squander the sacrifices of our fallen friends by surrendering to a paralysis born of fear. Very good, Minfilia. My apologies for the interruption. I was deeply saddened to learn of Moonbear's passing. Her loss will be sorely felt. Alas, recent developments in Ishgard have us little time to mourn. The envoy from Corvus will arrive soon, and we must hasten to hear her report. The envoy is here. I thank you for receiving me at such short notice. Time is of the essence, so I would forego the usual pleasantries if I may. Certainly. You come with news of the Dravanians. Aye, the dragons have begun their attack in earnest. The first wave reached the Central Highlands a short while ago, and the battle was joined soon thereafter. Sir America himself sallied forth with a contingent of temple knights and several companies of the noble house's finest. Though the beasts were ultimately forced into retreat, our victory, if such it may be called, came at the cost of many of our own. Too many. We will not withstand a second wave should the Dravanians renew their assault. You paint a grim picture, my lady. Is it reinforcements you seek, then? We do. Though it pricks our pride, it is plain we cannot protect Ishgard with our ranks thus thinned by the Horde. Sir Emmerich would meet with you to discuss the possibilities of enlisting your aid. Very well, I shall depart for Corvus at once. I must warn you, however, that the involvement of Crystal Blade is by no means assured. Our commitment to quelling the unrest in Ul'dah must take precedence. It is with such contingencies in mind that I must make another request. The Scions of Southern Dawn, known for sharing close ties with all three of the grand companies of Eorzea, would you consent to plead our case to their leaders? Though I will gladly appeal to the grand companies on your behalf, I dare not promise a favorable reply. You need say no more. Considering the past dealings with the Eorzean Alliance, I can well imagine how our plea will be received. But the fate of Ishgard hangs in the balance. We must explore every avenue still open to us, no matter how unpromising. I see. Very well, I shall send envoys to each of the allied nations and have them present your request directly to the heads of the grand companies. In the event that your plea does receive a favorable answer, know that any support is certain to be conditional. Demands will be made over Ishgard. That is only to be expected. Rest assured that I speak with Sir Emmerich's authority in this matter, and that our actions are fully sanctioned by the Holy See. Which brings me to my final request. A personal appeal to you, Warrior of Light. The Lord Commander much desires to speak with you, regardless of your fellow's involvement. You faced Midgard soloing and survived. Anything you can share of your experience may yield an advantage over our foe. Thank you. You wear the mantle of hero well. The wood scene at the road leads us both to Camp Dragonhead. Seek me out when you arrive, Melody. So much rubble.
The sons must answer for their father's misdeeds. Only then will the cycle be broken.
Oh, that's not good.
Brothers and sisters of the heavens, we raise our voices and join you in the chorus.
Oh boy, I thought you have a lot to
Fever
answer for.
magics are undone. Come, claim your retribution.
Oh boy. If you're looking for the science, they've already left 3 Alliance nations. I do hope Ishgard will be saved. Considering recent history, will there be any amongst the Alliance willing to aid the Holy See? Ishgard has few friends at the bargaining table. Yeah, I wonder. Though I've never seen one myself, it is said that dragons lair just beyond the borders of my homeland. Oh, interesting. Should events take a turn for the worse, we are fortunate that this settlement is such a popular crossroads for so many veteran adventurers. The town has been gone through all this talk of war, but if those dragons come from Riven's soul, there'll be panic aplenty, I'll wager. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Seems I was the swifter, Melody. You two, however, have arrived within time to spare, for a host has yet to make an appearance. The murmurings about Camp tell some man of trouble at the gates of Judgment. In the commander's absence, I suggest we visit the place and find out what's afoot. Gates of Judgment are much more than mere doors. They are the outermost layer of Ishgard's magical wards. If our first line of defense can be so easily shattered. No, that does not sound great indeed. Mark the nervous glance of friend Cher. The dragons have attacked, yes, but something else has occurred. Something unexpected. Let's question the knights here ere we proceed. When I laid eyes upon Lady Iceheart, I felt a marrow freeze within my bones. Ugh, that sounds unpleasant. Heretics scum, how dare they meddle with our divine protections? I shall rid our nation of their blasphemy, even if it means cutting them down one by one. We need not fret over much. There's yet several layers of arcane protections shield the city from invasion. Mother will be fine. Oh. It would seem the heretic structure first, the most telling blow against Ishgard. Science! We expected you at Camp Dragonhead. My apologies. We chanced to hear that there have been trouble at the gates and thought it prudent to investigate the cause. Then you have learned the heretic's treachery. Lady Iceheart led a force of her followers against our defenders and came close enough to dispel the first of our wards. But let's speak more of this back at the camp, Sir Emmerich awaits you. The Ice has grown bold indeed, should risk direct action against the city. Come, let's do as we were bidden and return to Camp Dragonhead. Lord Harshand will know where Sir Emmerich means to receive us. It is reassuring indeed to behold the countenance of a friend when one's home teeters upon the very brink of disaster. Though a single misstep could send us plunging into an abyss, your heroic presence stokes the flame of courage within my heart. But you did not come to Dragonhead to listen to my prattling. The Lord Commander has arrived and will treat with you in the intercessory. Greetings, madam. Shall I show you inside? Yes, please. Ishgard's future hangs in the balance. If the city's salvation rests upon our assistance, I cannot well withhold it. Even so, I mean to make Sir Emmerich sweat for his reinforcements. On this occasion, faint disinterest may serve the cause of yours in unity better than naked philanthropy. Come, let's find out what concessions the OC is willing to make. Oh, great. I thank you for coming with such haste and apologize for my absence. Suffice it to say, Lady Eithard and her heretics have much to answer for. Yes, we are but recently returned from the Gates of Judgment ourselves. Given the circumstances, we quite understand if you would prefer to postpone our appointed audience. On the contrary, myself, no. I think it more important than ever that this meeting take place. Rest assured I shall return to my post on Ishgard walls the moment our business is concluded. Before we move on to the subject of reinforcements, however, I would introduce you to our close friend and stalwart ally, Estinian. Estinian! Desert of Goon. I actually played all the Dragoon quests, so we'll be getting some different dialogue. May I present to you Ishgard's Azure Dragoon? An impressive title, though I confess I know precious little of the Order of Dragoons. They are formidable warriors all, yet even among such masters of the lands, Estinian is without equal. He, out of all warriors of Ishgard, was chosen to wield the power of dragons, and made us contend with any Dravanian. You flatter me overmuch, Lord Commander. If ever I was without equal, I am no longer, as my fellow Azure Dragoon here will attest. Yep, within the ARR Dragoon quest, you will claim the title of the second Azure Dragoon of Ishgard. I did not come to challenge you this day. Well, now we have all been introduced, let's proceed to the matter at hand. I will share with you what we have learned of Isard's design, as confessed by the heretics taken captive after the assault on the gates. It would seem that Lady Isard and Dravanians share a common goal, the reclamation of Nidhogg's stolen eye. Nidhogg, one of the 7 great worms. His name features prominently in your nation's history. Though once defeated by the hero Heldrath, the beast is said to have terrorized Corvus since Ishgard's founding. Aye, many other scars or walls bear from Nidhogg's relentless efforts to raise the city. The trophy Heldrath plucks from the vested worm's skull, known simply as the Eye, is a treasured relic of Ishgard and one possessed of untold power. Should it ever be returned to Nidhogg, the dread creature would be restored to the height of his strength, and then no ward we could erect would be stout enough to deny him. My vengeful son have waged war against Ishgard for 1,000 years. No mortal mind could comprehend the depths of his rancor. The Eye itself is secret deep within the vault. It is kept under heavy guard, surrounded at all times by men and women who have proven their loyalty to the Holy See. Though stout walls and sharp blades may suffice to scourge the heretics, the dragons are another matter. There are individuals within the Dravanian horde whom an entire company of knights will labor to repel, saying nothing of Nidhogg himself. Nor does age rob them of their strength. Though the endless march of years, the dragons endure, patient, calculating, inexorable. You must understand, these creatures do not share our perception of time. And that is especially true of the great worms. They who spend centuries in slumber only to wake and resume their campaigns as mere hours have passed. It has been 20 years since Nidhogg last darkened the skies, 20 years for him to gather his strength and for us to bolster our defense. And now, just as he seemed primed to return, the heretics strike at the gates. You believe that Lady Iceheart is in league with the creature, then? Of that we cannot be certain. Though we know the heretics covered the Eye, we have been unable to determine their plans for it. Such questions aside, we must needs address the ragged hole their mistress has seen fit to rend in Ishgard protections. It is a weakness that our Venians are not like to leave untested. So it would seem. You have described your plight in admirable detail, Lord Commander, yet I cannot help but wonder at your candor. Why share such sensitive information with us? I shall speak plain. Ishgard has need of allies and would have you bolster our front lines in readiness for the coming battle against the dragons. This much I expected. Unlike our arrangement concerning the Keeper of the Lake, however, only you stand to benefit from our assistance in this matter. I fail to see why we should intervene in a conflict which concerns only Ishgard and Davania. When the Eorzean Alliance requested Ishgard's assistance during Operation Archon, you refused this. Doesn't it seem grossly unjust to demand that we now risk our lives in your private war? I make no attempt to defend my country's conduct. I only ask that you consider what would follow were Ishgard to fall. Having razed our city to the ground, the Horde would have little cause to linger, and most would return to the lairs of Davania. Soon after, the ruins of Corvus would be buried in snow, and the land would become the sole province of beasts and beastmen. Until the Guardian's arrival, that is. For you may be certain that the Empire would not hesitate to claim Corvus. They will not even have to draw steel. An imperial province sharing a border with Mordona? 7 L's. Farewell. We will assist you in repelling the dragons. The roar of a great war may have shaken the firmament, and we of Eorzea will not abandon our Ishgardian brothers to face the coming horde alone. Nor did I ever think you would. Now, upon the matter of the war, allow me, Sir Emmerich. Though the power of the Eye have become the vessel of Nidhogg's strength, its essence has stolen into my very blood. Fear not, I am in full control of my faculties, I assure you, and the Eye itself is no relevance to this tale. It is not essential that I bear it with me wheresoever I go. Its lingering influence does allow me to hear Nidhogg's voice. Then the worm who roared was Nidhogg. Aye. He means to hurl his horde against Daphne's collar and shatter the remaining wards that protect the city. There can be no doubt, the worm has summoned his minions to war. Great. I'm painfully aware of the hypocrisy of our request and the self-inflicted nature of our predicament. But should it serve to deliver my people from their unkind fate, glad shall I bow my head and beg for aid. I expect and welcome the coming storm of scorn and disdain. Hello to you, Estinian Nidhogg. He is the source of our suffering. If we do not fell the worm, these endless clashes count for naught. Well, Elfino, what do we do? Though the circumstances are far from ideal, this desperate endeavor will at least provide an opportunity to bring the sister states of US together in common cause. Sir Mike was more ruthless in his negotiations than I anticipated. I suppose one must give no quarter when one's home is at stake. But did you not see the look on his face when he formally requested our assistance? Though the Lord Commander has long campaigned for Ishgard to open its gates to outsiders, I suspect this softening of the Holy See's attitude towards foreign cooperation comes as something of a bittersweet victory. The days ahead promise to be interesting indeed. If we are to aid the Ishgardians in this war, their preparations will have to be made and soon. Before proceeding, however, we must needs return to the Rising Stones and make a report of the incident.
Alphino, it is good to see you. Tell me, what have you learned?
Pray summon the others. Everyone must hear my report.
So this was all but a taste of what's to come.
Indeed. The main host advances upon Ishgard as we speak.
Whose vaunted defenses have been nullified.
Shorn of its wards, the city will bear the full force of Nidhogg's fury.
All those people.
Alphino is right. The Dravanians cannot be allowed to prevail. If Ishgard falls, all of Eorzea will suffer the consequences.
Then you agree that we have no choice but to intervene. For the good of the realm, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn and the Crystal Braves must join the defense of Ishgard.
Let there be no ambiguity about what has been proposed. We would be directly intervening in the war. But if all here believe the cause to be just, then to war we shall go. The path we now embark upon is perilous, but I pray you will walk with us to the end. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save.
Then it is settled. I shall inform the Council of our intentions and request that they contribute their own forces to the defense of Ishgard.
Hmm. Do follow them, Real, and report back to me. I do not trust those two anymore. I have bid the Orcans travel to their assigned nations. Should the members of the Alliance agree to pledge Grand Company soldiers to Ishgard's cause, our comrades will be on hand to act as intermediaries for the duration of the conflict. Small matter of persuading the Alliance leaders to grant such report, I leave to Alphino. For you, my friend, a different task awaits. I would have you reach out to your fellow adventurers and gather what allies you may for the coming siege. I would also have you consider the matter of our own security. Revenant souls but a short fight from the snowfields of Clovis. It's not unimaginable that fighting may spill across the border. Pray be Slavborn to the real conflict and discuss potential contingencies. The frontier settlers must be prepared for all that might wing its way over our walls. I only hope this precaution prove necessary. Ah, before you leave, might suggest you have the tour accompany you. She has planned for administration and firm grasp of the practical challenges we may encounter. Sounds good. we are rather close to Quervus, aren't we? We best see to our own defenses and take stock of our supplies. Oh, and we also need to have beds and bandages laid out just in case. A good receptionist is ready for any eventuality. Let's go, Maddie. I have 101 things to discuss with Staffborn. Ah, God's bless Otaru. And tell the kids to spread the word to the settlers and adventurers in the town. I appreciate the warning. If wars come to Quervus, then the toll must be made ready. I'll increase the numbers of patrols and lookouts immediately. I'll also see about finding room in the infirmary, as well as temporary housing for victims of conflict. Ishgard has done well, but as in the past, I would return the favor. But as for rounding up volunteers for fighting itself, I'm afraid I must disappoint you. I will not send my fellow guild members to die in Ishgard in Seoul, and I'm sure our headquarters will say the same. There will be no official Adventurers Guild presence at the siege. That said, each adventurer is of course free to do as he or she will. I shall have a word with some of my more capable colleagues on your behalf, and you might try your luck here in Seoul. I dare say there are a few set souls about town who will answer your call to arms. Let's get started, shall we? We have a town to rouse. Spare me talk of glory and fame. I'm not in the habit of volunteering for lost causes. I've survived as long as my instincts, and my instincts tell me to stay well away from Ishgard. As is here do. Real. That was rather quick. Ishgard sounds like she's in the right mess, but that ain't what I want to talk about. I need you to catch your mind back to the scuffle of the Empire out by the processing plant. A lad from Little Amiga by the name of Willard was there with the force today. I want to know if you've seen him since, have you? I haven't, no. God damn it, I feared as much. No one's bloody seen him. It's like the ground opened up and swallowed him whole. But that ain't all. Around the time Willard stopped turning up for duty, the Black Market weapons were missing from our vault in Ulda. And now, of course, half the race suspect the lad of making off with the goods. Folk like to believe our company's is disciplined fighting force. As you and me both know, there's nothing more a motley collection of mercenaries, adventurers, and Grand Company veterans. The only thing that binds us together is some vague oath about fighting for freedom of all. That and steady pay. Now, compared to most others in this crew, Will is a fresh-faced novice. A bleeding whelp amongst wolves. But the boy's got passion. When he talked about being guardian of yours, I believe well meant it. A lad like him wouldn't rub his blind bugger off like that. He ain't the type. And then, and it's just between you and me, there's the fact that the lad wanted to tell me something about some query notes and ledgers. Something about the praise and numbers not adding up. Aye, there's a villain at the end of this show I've stumbled on, and I bet me good eye named young Wilred. Any roads, you've got a ward to wait, all that you got on. I just thought someone should know. I'll be seeing you, Melody. I trust your instincts. Seems there's a second war brewing. So, Ishgard seeks tells where's the bolts are drank, eh? Though I'm sure I like the sound of the siege, his nose will surely be generous with the rewards. But I've left myself the guard weapon installed. Month's work though it is, I'm loath to break my terms of my contract. What to do, what to do. Want to have my services in the defense of Ishgard? I think not. Dragons claimed the lives of every one of my brothers. I do not mean to offer them mine. It was to escape such a fate that I took up the mantle of an adventurer in the first place. I would sooner die in pursuit of fortune than huddled behind an icy wall. Fair enough, fair enough. Doesn't seem we have a lot of takers. Tell me, Blade British Guardians? Well, the dragons are fearsome lot, but I claim my fair share of the coin was good. I worked for one of them nights before, you know, watched me like a bloody hawk he did. Still, I put up, of course, that for a heavy purse. And with that said, the ad break is coming up, so we'll continue this after the ad break. Yeah, I figured it'd be you. And we are back again. Let's go and finish up with Tataru and see where it leads us. Did we sway any hearts? Not really. 1 or 2, eh? Well, and it's a mind makes 3 or 4, not includes national trends. We won't have large company in the army, but I'll say one Reverend Soul veteran is Dorva wasn't clanking knights at least. Oh, I've been constantly caught up with recruiting and almost forgot. Answering word from Elfino. Apparently the alliances are convening in Ildata Ishgard's plight. And they've requested your presence, as usual. Anyway, you best make your way to Ulda or you'll be late. Elfino said he will meet you on the Royal Promenade. You were chuked out? Seems that there's another lag spike. There have been a lot of DDoS attacks lately, so that's really annoying. Still going okay, looking like it. Let's wait a moment to see if it resolves itself, because... Well... I need to check that one real quick. Okay, see if it's all stable. My approach is calling you away from your task. I'd hope to proceed with the negotiations one leader at a time. It seems my urgent request for your audience have prompted a gathering of the council. Needless to say, I feel obliged to attend. The alliances are already sealed within. Let's join them, shall we?
We are well aware of Ishgard's dilemma, and we agree with your assessment.
Then I trust there are no objections to the Crystal Brave's intervention.
Uldar has none.
Gridania does not object.
The Crystal Braves are yours to command, Alphino. Do what you will. We shall pray for your success.
It was my hope that you would offer more substantial aid than prayer. I know it is within your means.
Yeah, but is it within their wants? And I doubt that.
Do not presume that you have knowledge of our every concern. The Garleans and the Beast Tribes are but two of many. We are not in a position to contribute greatly to the defense of Ishgard. Not when our own homes are still under siege.
We dare not leave our interests in Cartano undefended as well. Telegi Adalegi and his ilk would seize control of the territories in our absence.
That's true. Yeah.
The enemy is at their gates, and you would cower behind yours?
Well, isn't that what Ishgard did?
No one is cowering, boy. We will offer what support we can.
Aye, support. A handful of men and no more.
Would that we could commit more than a token force to this cause. Yet there are others to whom you might turn. The free companies ever want for work.
Ah, yes, the free companies. They're not like to turn you down.
I beg your pardon? You would entrust the survival of Ishgard to sell swords?
You're way too optimistic about this.
Crises like these are the very reason why this alliance was formed. It is our duty to aid our fellow man.
My duty is to my country and my people. If you expect us to place the welfare of a foreign power above our own, you're going to be sorely disappointed. Lest you doubt, Limsa comes first, then the Alliance, and finally, circumstances permitting, Ishgard and the rest.
Fair enough.
If you cannot understand so simple a concept, then you have no place at this table.
Ooh, slap down.
Forgive me, Admiral. I was careless in my choice of words.
I suggest you assemble a party of elite adventurers, assuming you haven't already. Your fellows served us well during Operation Archon. I dare say they will do so again.
Oh yeah, heap it all on me again. Thanks.
If I may, Your Grace, I wish to propose a redistribution of forces. If we entrust the security of Uldar to the Brass Blades for a time, we can dispatch a larger force to Ishgard. Your Grace?
You know?
Yes. Yes, of course. Do what you will.
Hey, Darkslayer, thank you for the sub. How have you been?
Is Her Grace not feeling well?
To the best of my knowledge, Her Grace is in perfect health.
I'm doing good, enjoying myself with some Final Fantasy XIV and your lovely presence.
I see. Carry on.
I'm also in the absolute best part of Realm Reborn, so not to mention that Melody looks like chef's kiss. And we have a new little minion, a little dragon. Once again, I owe you an apology. It seems you have been conscripted into leading a contingent of adventurers on yet another mission of inestimable danger. But I fear we have been left with little alternative. We cannot well abandon Lord Harshfond and Sir Emmerich to their fate. We must abide by the Constitution, as short-sighted as it is, and strive to fulfill our roles as the Yorze's guardians. Captain Ilbert, what news? Then the assault has begun? We have at this moment concluded our audience with the Alliance leaders. Move our forces into position. Your unit will join House Durandar at the Steel Vigil. Man the cannons along the knights and finish the Ravenian horde ere they descend upon Ishgard. I will join you as soon as I am able. Maddie, and what have you and your adventure allies bolster the defenses at the Steps of Faith. Report first to Sir Marceline at the Gates of Judgment, and he will direct you to where you are needed most. May the gods grant us victory. To Camp Draghead! Also, side station, please give a sign of life so I know that I can begin the Steps of Faith. Oh, look, it's one of the adventures that we did sway to help. Oh. Isn't overly much, but still. Defending skirmish spider herring position across the Central Highlands. I've signed the Crystal Blaze on your fellow adventurers to contain these scattered attacks, and for the present I would have you join them. This is of course merely a precursor to the assault on Ishgard proper. The Willy servants seek to divide and confuse our forces, but we will not be so easily drawn out of position. The Temple Knights will remain on the Steps of Faith and continue our preparations. When the Horde arrives in force, they shall face a wall of Ishgardian steel. Report to me once their advanced skirmishers are slain. Alright, let's go to Whitebrim. Get wrecked. Perfect! Then you won't be in my vision while I'll fight dragons. And now we have to move on. Providence Point. Yes, little known fact, you can actually land here behind the gates. And as I station demonstrated, it's not a great place to land. Well, bye bye, Horde Commander. And we return to the Gates of Judgment. News adventure. The reinforcements decimated, you see. Darvanian devils damn their scaly hides. Hold fast to your agree, ensuring, my lady, we will avenge the deaths of your fellows in the battles to come. I didn't know them, so whatever. Yes, I'll take a drink. Ere you commit yourself to the siege, you should know what it is you are tasked with defending. Beyond the Cave of Judgments lie the Steps of Faith. A great bridge of stone leads directly to the city of Ishgard. More than simply a means across the Sea of Clouds, the bridge serves as the foundation for the arcing waters from the barrier we call Deniven's Collar. Allows in dispelling the barrier's outmost layer that tries to dam the witch's Eithard stripped the bridge of its protection, and thus are the dragons now able to land unhindered upon the Steps of Faith. Should the Darvanians succeed in destroying the remainder of the wards, the winged devils will be free to swarm within the city itself. Needless to say, we cannot suffer that to happen. It shall be our task as defenders to prevent any harm from coming to those parts of the bridge wherein the wards are sealed. Free yet remain, we have dispatched our forces accordingly. I would ask you and your comrades to accompany our defenders to the outermost ward. I should hope that includes us as well, yes? Yay, the science! The signs of the Seventh Dawn? We could not as well stand idly by while the Horde threatens the good people of Ishgard. Indeed, to do otherwise would be against all the Maslu's wild daughters. As for where we may be of most assistance, I think it prudently divided into two groups. Ida and I will join the rear guard. Right, if the dragon should recess, we'll be sure to give them what was for. Thank you. All of you, pray speak with me again when your preparations are complete, and together we shall stand against the Horde. Well, here we go. Let's make for the battlefield. I haven't heard this music in so long. Welcome to the Steps of Faith. This used to be an 8-man raid, but now it is a solo duty because people are stupid. Whoa. Oh, what am I supposed to do against that? Yeah, but I also have a very nice counter. It says barrier strength. That's already 70% depleted. Oh, that's only one barrier down. The Dragoons have joined us. Oh, there goes the barrier. Pancreas has always been a gladiator, actually, in the ARR. For some dumbass reason. What the? Am I just unlucky? I do love what they made the Steps of Faith into. This is much more high stakes than it was. Well, that was the final ward. Woo! That held on with 5 points. Yeah, Sidian, go and do your LB. Oh, look at that! That's amazing. Ooh. Should be enough. That was way more satisfying than the previous duty. Oh dang. Needed that real quick. Oh, that's fine. The battalions of Ishgard still fly. One of Nidhogg's greatest champions, slain. The Horde will not soon recover from this blow. But what of you, Nidhogg? Why did you not join your minions and make this battle slaughter? Have you grown so fond of the stench of your lair? Maybe you prefer to have your allies fight your battles for you. You have a girl to do your bidding now, do you not? No matter, I shall slay Iceheart and all the rest. But I yearn to spill the blood of Great Worm, Nidhogg, and only your death will save my lands. Oh, he is such an edgelord. It was a close victory, but a victory nonetheless. I think we've earned a brief respite. Iceheart hasn't been done yet. In what manner? She's still alive. For now. Considering Astidian is on her trail. The famed dragoons of Ishgard commanding the skies of battle was truly a sight to behold. Phew, that was exhausting. Melody, the dragons are routed. Lest you wonder, the fighting at Steel Vigil was also fierce, but my crystal blades were not found wanting. Commander Davia, Melody, true to your word, you have arrived. You have arrived to aid us in our hour of need. On behalf of the Holy See and the people of Ishgard, I offer you my humble thanks. Though I would say lavish of you with well-deserved praise, I fear I must await to oversee the aftermath of the siege. Not all the dragons are fled, and there are yet wounded to be carried from the field. Pray let us meet anon, that I might express my thanks with proper courtesy. We have indeed achieved a victory of singular importance. With the Dravanian horde this weekend is scattered, the threat to Ishgard has been greatly diminished. And mayhap equally significant, the Holy See has now recognized the necessity of cooperation with foreign powers. Long have they barred their gates against the outside world, but I am confident that they will soon come when Ishgard proclaims itself a member of the Eorzean Alliance once more. Much have we sacrificed in our struggles against dragons and primals, the Ascians and the Empire, but step by unfaltering step, we march ever nearer to our goal. And as ever, the journey is made with you in the van. The victory you have won this day gives us greater hope for the morrow. 'Tis but a hope that shall sustain us in the days to come and bear us past the many evils that seek to hinder our progress. Yes, we have done well, my friend, and I for one will take a moment to savor the enormity of our achievement. The demands of duty, however, allow me little time for levity. I must accompany Captain Ilward back to Ul'dah and reassign those braves whose squad suffered heavy losses. You, my friend, have earned a rest at the Rising Stones. Pray return to Revan's Soul and share your tale with me for the Emperors. We will see to informing the other nation of what took place here. Do be sure to give our regards to Mythilia. Oh, that one that has already been done last episode. That's before even Keeper of the Lake. In fact, I think we're not too far away from the actual ending of A Realm Reborn. Let's see how far we come today. And face, I'm restless mountain of administrative chores. Frankly, this is one battle I'm well equipped to fight. So, Minvi has committed the science to Ishgard's cause, has she? Though she makes her pronouncements with unshakable confidence, I can only imagine how agonizing it was for her to arrive at this decision. So many lives at stake. And then there's only Higiri yet in the Rising Stones. The threat of war slows panic and confusion, and routine tasks can offer a calming stability. Being sure the larder is properly stocked, for example. Hi, welcome back. Elvin has on the word of the siege, and of course the role you played in ending it. Your deeds never cease to amaze me, Melody. Thank you. You must be weary, Melody, and now may very well be your only chance to understand. A messenger from Uda arrived with a missive for you. The royal seal. Curious indeed. Ah, an invitation. On behalf of the Council for the Eorzean Alliance, Her Royal Majesty Nanamal Ul Nanamal invites the Science of Seven Dawn to attend the feast at the Royal Palace of Uda in honor of Ishgard's recent victory. It will seem hard to be recognized for our part in fighting the siege, you for your valiant efforts as command of the adventurous contingent, and the Archons for their earnest attempts to rouse the city-states. Truly, I find it strange that the Alliance leaders should think themselves deserving of a place as such a celebration. All three refuse to deploy their standing armies, preferring to send hastily assembled companies of sellswords, many of whom perished ere the siege began. Are they truly so brazen as to seek to share in the glory of your triumph? But mayhap they simply seek the pretext to meet with Ishgardians while the mood is yet jubilant. Such an occasion would present a fine opportunity to press for Ishgard to return to the Eorzean Alliance. Uh, give Darkslayer a show today? What do you have in mind? Oh, you mean that? Yes, yes, yes. We scars had the time to mourn Mondrida, and I for one am not in the mood to carouse. But I suppose we must put away our grief for the good of the realm. Though you were promised rest, I fear I must insist that you also attend. It would be a strange celebration indeed if the victorious hero were not present. Pray content yourself with the thought that such occasions may bring about momentous change, and this without recourse to bloodshed. Hathor, if you will do me the favor of contacting the rest of science. Brute Bomber in the Rising Stones? What? This shouldn't be. Please let me know if there's anything else I can do. Curious, I've never known a third science such request. Could all be amiss? Oh. Yeah, I'm not seeing that person because I'm in New Game Plus mode, so... Well, that NPC, not really person, character. Atari is conspicuous by her absence. That's alright. I believe she just stepped outside. Now that I think on it, she seemed rather preoccupied. Indoma fidelity is a high price virtue. Perhaps if it's a difference in culture, but this situation lies behind my eyes, outside my comprehension. Do we not have more pressing matters to attend to? Agreed. A primal shackles is faithful with the bonds of eternal devotion, but I fear the power of Vanguard feels up where its admirers is rather more. Oh, this is that time. Especially when each realizes she's not the sole object of his affection. Oh, God's make it some. My sights are about to burst. Let's see, how many ladies are there? At least 5. Ladies, please, there's no way to. Oh, hello, Melly. I was just entertaining some friends. Oh, gods. Okay. You sort it out yourself. Bye! Where is Tataru? Oh, that one. I have to be honest, I didn't really pay too much attention to Brute Bomber. Here is the door. Oh, Maddie, it's you. I didn't mean to worry anyone. It's nothing really. Well, it's not nothing exactly, but feels like nothing compared to the towering trials you and the others face every day. And that's why I should probably talk to Minfinia before things get any worse. Ah, you always know what to say, Maddie. I'm glad we had this little chat. I said nothing! Yes, Satar, you have my undivided attention. I've been hesitant to approach the subject with all the recent excitement, but May made me realize there's no time like the present. And time is what I'm here to ask you for. I'm not sure I understand. If you wish to be excused from your duties for a time, then you certainly have earned the rest. But I suspect lying in bed is far from your intent. You know me too well, incident. There is in fact something I've been wanting to try my hand at. Along with the adventures in the Crystal Race, the signs are constantly being thrown to dangerous battles and deadly predicaments. Even Horrible and Colted have been promoted from guard duty to fill our need for competent warriors. And so it seems only right that I too should acquire the power to defend myself, and others more importantly. When I return, I shall both be your receptionist and your bodyguard. What? Hey! That's the first time I've almost been knocked to the ground by love, though. I've never seen Mr. Star too determined. Has Oberfell which I might help understand? Ah, not at present, thank you. Was there something you would ask of me? Yes, pray excuse my distraction. An adventurer who was to join us for escort duty was injured while out on patrol. And we cannot probably defend the cause entrusted to our protection without the aid of at least one more guard. Therefore, I humbly request that another adventurer of the capable kind, of course, be assigned to our party. Very well. I shall consider the potential candidates and provide you with a replacement as soon as I'm able. My thanks, Vincent. I take my leave of you. The power to defend oneself. Tatara has ever been full of surprises. Now that I think on it, I do recall Urianjay mentioning that she had developed an interest in Akanima. Maybe she hopes to gain admittance to the Arcanist Guild in Nimza Minza. Yes, that will be the way of it. Would you be so kind to journey to the guild and see it all as well? It is doubtless unwarranted, but surely I'm not alone in my concern for her safety. To Nimza Minza we go. Sides, I understand that's funny to follow me around, but I'd rather you didn't. It is quite distracting, actually. Eddie, what are you doing here? I didn't mean for her to worry, that's the last thing I wanted. But in Endo's short is precisely the reason I'm here, don't you see? I, Tatar, shall become a great and powerful Arcanist. And now at Mrs. Ruby Games' behest, I must go and complete a special training exercise. Until we meet again. But this is Melody. What brings you to the guild? So you're acquainted with our newest member. An arcanist of your experience must see that her potential is somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, she would not be denied and goes not to undertake a first trial, simply to inspection-free crates. Doubtless you recall receiving similar training under Kilia's supervision? Of what occurs to me, why not oversee the start training yourself? Given your relationship with the girl and your familiarity with the task, I think you the ideal choice. You need only head to the south Savior Gate as before and observe at a distance. Interesting. Oh, there she sees the pirate's board, where she met her shining jewel. For to bring she the smuggler's plans did not came the lad who none could fool. Oh, are those crates I spy? And this must be the true test. But we are ready for them, aren't we, Carbuncle? Carbuncle's doing absolutely nothing. Goes Lalafell. Yeah. I should have known you'd come, Melody. You need to say a word, your face says it all. I know you were witness to my shame. Betrayed by my own karma, got left at the mercy of wild beasts. I must accept the truth. I'll never be a warrior like you or the others. I will inform Mr. Shooter of my intention to withdraw from the guilds. Arcanima, like so much else, is beyond me. Ah, back so soon. How fared our fledgling arcanist? Abysmally, mistress. Ooh, nice. Good job, Darkslayer. We are currently just following Tataru around while she is trying to find a way to help us fight and defend herself. Did you see the Steps of Faith? That was really, really good. I was wrong to become an Arcanist, wrong as usual. I am completely and utterly unqualified, and I sincerely apologize for wasting your time. Tataru, if that were true, I would not have permitted you to join in the first place. We must all come to accept our limitations, lest our ambitions lead us astray. However, we mustn't lose sight of our strengths in the process. For example, your exceptional skill with numbers helped you to gain a solid grasp of the fundamentals of Arcanima. Were it not so, you would have struggled to even summon Carbuncle to your side. In my opinion, the Silents are truly fortunate to have such a capable and good-natured receptionist in the service. Would you not agree? You are too kind, mistress. Though I couldn't overcome this challenge, I shall take your words to heart and try not to be discouraged. Before we go on, I quickly need to shoot a message to someone. Considering the ads are still rolling, it's all fine. As fetching as these garments are, I fear I shall never don them again. But I can't go back to riding stones without something to show for my time away. Wait, I know what I can do. That is if you don't mind accompanying me for a little longer? Wonderful, then to Costa del Sol we'll go. It's a bit of a gamble, but I'm confident it will pay off. Yes, this is it. This is where the men at the Drowning Ranch told me to look. There's a certain variety of clam which can be harvested this time of year in Bloodshore, one which possesses the most marvelous pearls. However, these clams are also coveted by certain wild creatures, and since I fared rather poorly in battle last time, let's be off. What fortune, I've already found one. Would you be so kind to keep watch while I work? This should only take a moment. Well thought, Maddie, well thought. I knew I was right to ask you to come. As me, I have my praise. A bounty of blood pearls. So named to the red shoe, they were treasured as wards against dark magics in ancient times. I thought I might make charms for everyone, so that no matter where they go, they'll always come home. It's sort of the power to defend myself and other people in a way, right? Well, I mustn't keep Philemon waiting. There's work to be done, and lots of it. Where to secure provisions for the science in the limited market, she may have an eye of quality, but I have no bargains. Will you be heading back to Ready Stones? If so, pray convey my apologies to Anston and tell her that she needn't worry about me. Very well, thank you for everything. It sounded rather final, didn't it? How about until we meet again? Welcome home. I get you found a star in Limsa Laminza. It sounds as though she had quite an adventure. And while it did not end as she hoped, I suspect it will prove to be a valuable experience. I dare say she could have managed without an intervention, even so I appreciate you indulging my request. I wonder, do you perchance recall the commitment I made to furnish Horror Boulder with a capable adventurer? Well, I'm sorry to say that I've yet been unable to do so. Now I realize that you're more than capable. You're rather more than a capable adventurer, and the escort duty is frankly beneath a woman of your talents, but I have no one else to turn to at present. Might you be willing to forgo rest and success in this matter? Generous Silfold, I thank you. Now, it seems only fair that I explain the import of the task in question. For some time, our order has employed a handful of scholars to travel around the Yosia taking etheric readings, that we might better understand the impact of primal summonings. Naturally, it behooves us to ensure our employees' safety, and so we ask the adventurers and service to serve as escorts. Or Bald and Cold were to act as such as two serious escorts of the third adventurer. Alas, due to injuries, that adventurer is not presently fit for duty, hence my need to impose upon your goodwill. You truly are a pillar of strength, Melody. Warbuilder will share with you the details of your task. He should be waiting for you outside. Be safe. Ah, Melody, is it truly agreed to lend us a hand? Huzzah, what did I tell you, Coldnet? Our misfortune is to become a blessing, an opportunity to serve alongside the War of Light herself. Need I remind you that we have 3 scholars to escort, each of whom will take a different route? True, true. Our mission is the same, separated by realms we may be, but in spirit we shall be together. If such thoughts bring you joy, you're welcome to think them. To more practical concerns, maybe we would have you attend to the scholar charters surveying the South Shroud. He's by the camp trunk as we speak. All you need to do is follow the man. He will determine the most appropriate locations to take his readings. In spirit, Maddie? In spirit, we shall be together every step of the way. I like you too. At last, the science woman deigns me to grace her with her presence. A pity we have no time for pleasantries. Our first destination is some Har. Come, we are late enough as it is. Hi to you too, I guess. This location should suffice. Once I finish calibrating my instruments, I will require a moment to take necessary measurements. I trust I need not explain my work and suffer no interruptions. Then please set at an appropriate distance to keep watch for wild beasts. I see we both completed our respective tasks, a satisfactory outcome. Though we could make one suggestion, you might try to dispatch your foes more quietly in the future. I do not like to pick fault, but I really must be allowed to concentrate. Okay, dude, how about we trade our assignments then? Quietly dispatching of foes. I'm sorry, they are gonna scream when they die. I'm so sorry. Dumbass. right about here. Yes, as before, I would ask you to keep an eye out for dangerous beasts as I work. Yeah, yeah. Fascinating. These readings are not at all what I expected. Though perhaps that should come as no surprise, I'm not given to superstition, but there's a queer, almost blasphemous air hereabouts. Let's quit the space and return to Roots Lake. We have one more site to survey. As before, my guardian, pray leave me to my task and ensure our safety. This data should prove invaluable to... God, was a cinch. Did you slaughter a creep of elementoids while my dick was concerned? Quickly now, too. Camp tranquil. I will not have my clothing reek of blood and awful. They're always so ungrateful for the fact that I slayed so many creatures for them and still go off like that. You chose to paddle in the Icar a while longer, I take it? No matter, I took advantage of my unexpected privacy from the cursory analysis of my data. It would appear that there has been a measurable decrease in the USS Emmett ether concentration since the calamity. However, this data is far from conclusive. We must take additional measurements to confirm my assessment. For our next survey, we'll have you escort to Earth's front. The ambient ether concentrations are so high that crystalline structures form spontaneously. Consequently, anomalous fluctuations should be much easier to detect. Brilliant, yes? No, don't bother answering. That was a rhetorical. Now come along. Minfilia owes me for doing this. You should be more than familiar with the procedure by now. Pray find a suitable position for which to keep watch while taking measurements. Yes, yes, quite high, yet still markedly lower than the historical measurements taken near the end of the successful era. Could the presence of a primal account for the difference, or is there something else? Something else? something else. Science, come here. I need you. Oh no. Wilred. Fear not, my friends. Help has arrived. I'm afraid you can't help. Area, Maddie. Hori and I were worried when you and your charge failed to return at the appointed hour. Bit it like a hawk, but not by one. No, these wounds were made by a blade. Doesn't look like you put up much of a fight either. Neymar nary a mark on his sword or his shield. I've heard nothing of any crystal-based operations in this area. What causes Wilred to come here? What should we do? We'll see to his close protection, Melody. Aye, in the boy's remains. You should return to the Rising Stones. The Ancestant will want to know what happened here. And so do I. I wouldn't do this for many other characters, but the Wilred, oh god, I'm actually... You spoke a few times in Rising Stones. He wasn't as experienced as some of the other Braves, but god, he had passion. You mean... Earth found? Yeah, that's fun. God, what a waste. Pray leave matters here to us, Maddie. You must return to Rising Stones and inform the Ancestant at once. I'm not even gonna bother with you. Bye. Mine stands for minimum eye level, no echo. It's basically the truest form to experience an older fight. But not many people do it. Also, if we do community days, like doing what's called roulette, that kind of stuff, just playing things. I'm more than happy to have you with me on screen, but when I do MSQ stuff, please try to not harass me. Maddie, you are returned, and you seem troubled. Did the role of escort change so? Like, it's fine to stalk me on community days, but MSQ, it gets a bit distracting. Wilred's dead? Mayhap murdered? By the 12, how can that be? I will send word to Alvin at once. He will want to conduct a full investigation and send words to Willard's family. God, he was just a boy. Who would do this and why? Yeah, I don't have enough FC members to do such things. Well, not enough active FC members. Though recent events weigh heavily on our minds, we must needs set them aside for now. We are come to a defining moment in Neosian history. The Grand commemoration of our joint defense of Ishgard, the first time in 15 long years that our people have stood side by side with our neighbors to the north to fight in common cause. This may mark the rebirth of the Ozian Alliance, a feeling that should at the very least serve to bring our nations closer together. We have every reason to raise our voices in celebration, do we not? We have bested our Vanians and Asians both. Against desperate odds we have fought and won. But the Prime still plague us, and the Empire still plots our subjugation. And our triumphs, remarkable though they are bought at a terrible price. Brave adventurers and allies broke on the steps of faith. And before our eyes in this very room, our dear friend Mumbrida. This is the victory we have wrought, and it is as bitter ashes in my mouth. I would sooner stay here and invite those with more appetite to enjoy the feast in my stead. Alas, 'tis a royal banquet, and all of our allies will be in attendance. It is our duty to present a united front, that we might serve as a beacon of hope to all. The lighting really does you no favors in ARR. God dang. It seems I have no choice but to take my own advice. And I talked to the others to meet Zulda, that we might make our grand entrance together. Unfortunately, I had to settle for leaving the tower and Lamin a note. If they do not return quickly, they will have to settle for whatever leftovers I can smuggle out of the freaking chamber. Off the big soiree, Melody. Raise a glass for me, eh? Or not. You don't look best pleased, lass. Something on your mind? By the navigator, Will was dead? God damn it, they must know they've been rumbled. I mean, still, it's past time we had this talk. After our last conversation, I got to thinking about where certain funds were coming from. So I had to dig around in the quiet, and sure enough, I found it. Seems a fair bit of coins made its way into the race cover courtesy of a Dodo consortium. A daft name for a business if I have heard one, which is what first gave me an inkling that something weren't right. So I went through the ledger again and found that another half dozen donations from organizations with stupid bloody names. Didn't take long to find the common thread, they were all owned by the Mirage Trust. I'll give it the best credit, he showed us up for amateurs we are. Short calling one of his business a bloody bribery consortium, I don't know what more he could have done to mock our rules on financial contributions. The gods only know how many men of the first and third are taking Telegi's coin. But now we know as some of them are, wager me right eye they are the ones what did for Willard. The others young fool had taken to asking the wrong kind of questions, bound to attract attention he was. Should have seen it at the time, but I didn't, god damn me. Still, I don't see what Telegy hopes to accomplish. He hid his scheme with all the care of a trunk pissing into the wind. No, he's cleverer than this, so we need to be cleverer too. That's the only way we'll ever repay this debt of blood. We'll purge every one of them traitors bastards from our ranks, on that you have me word. And mind yourself on your old eye. We're heading into a storm. I can smell it. The guy that will sweep man overboard and drag him under before he knows it. That gives me shivers. I do hope Ida is not under the impression we're here to take Mary. We are ostensibly by the ancestors' court, so. It's a banquet, so there'll definitely be food, but will there also be dancing? And if there is, will it be before or after the food? Dancing on a full stomach is no fun, but neither is being hungry. What to do, what to do? If I did not know better, I should think our bard had run the full of yet another jilted lover. Is that so? No, just my imagination. Oh, pay no attention to me. It is a habit of my misspent youth, looking over my shoulder from time to time. No, I think he has something more. We have been waiting for you, Melody. The celebration is due to begin shortly. I thought we might make our introductions together. Mrs. Molly just sent word you're needed at the quicksand. It seems we will be arriving at the point where I thought we might not just make it, but we are going to finish A Realm Reborn patches today. We will go on ahead, Melody. Pray join us once the matters at the quicksand are resolved. Give a march to Momori and let her know that I will call upon her anon. I appreciate you dropping in on such short notice, Maddie. And I've got places to be, so I won't waste your time. You're friends with a crystal brave by the name of Alien, aren't you? Former adventurer? Come to think of it, I'm sure you recruited her yourself. Well, anyway, she came around asking for a meal not long ago, and before she left, she asked me to give you a message. Besides a few others ended up dragging you to the feast, I was to see you got it before you made your grand entrance. Meet me at the station west of the coffin. There's something I must show you. A short message I'll grant you, but you thought long and hard before picking those words. Barely touched your food, too. Under other circumstances, I'd thought those signs of the heart. Someone tells me she ain't planning to ask your thoughts on a gentleman caller. It's pretty far out of the way. Huh. As you stand upon the platform, your thoughts begin to wander, and all too soon the ghosts of corners lost and enemy slain begin to fall by your mind's eye sun session. Clearing your head, you scan the horizon, but see no sign of Elian. Straining your ears listen, you hear the chat of Quiquern and the buzzing of sailfrits with no approaching footfall, signing you bow your head, only to notice the vial lying at your feet. Melody, is that you? What brings you out this way? Lieutenant Alien? Why no, I haven't seen her about. Aren't you this way? I guarantee we would have crossed paths. I must have passed this spot a dozen times. We're to patrol the city environs on account of the royal banquet. The captain's orders you understand. Speaking of which, isn't it about to begin? You should be with the other Holland guests, enjoying your well-deserved respite. I pray return to Ulda. If I chance to meet the lieutenant, I will tell her you were here. Hmm. Yeah, we're gonna be walking into a trap, aren't we?
Oh, Salton Tree, hallowed spirit of my line. Through my weakness, the glorious house of Ool has all but disappeared beneath the sands. For want of the strength to raise it up again, it were better that it fall. Forgive me, but I know not what else to do.
I reckoned you'd head straight to the feast after meeting with Alien. What's the matter? No appetite? So she wasn't there, but this was, eh? Let's see. No, looks to me like an alchemist file, but beyond that I can't see. Might be best if you hold on to it for safekeeping, though. Anyway, no use worrying about Alien. I'm sure she'll turn up before too long, and when she does, it will soon find us all in aid of. Besides, you've got more important things to think about. The parting glass! This is a very, very important part of the story, and I would request you all to stick around because there's gonna be a series of cutscenes that we cannot skip. Would you believe that? While you were away, another message arrived for you? Well, one did. One delivered by the Sultan's handmaiden, no less. Seems Her Grace desires a private audience. Our handmaiden will meet you on the royal promenade and escort you to the Sultan's chambers. So what are you waiting for? Go on then, go. Ah, we have been waiting for this, haven't we, Zacian?
You needn't trouble yourself so. Your Grace is most kind, but it is no trouble to me, rather an honor. If your Grace is ready, I shall summon the Warrior of Light. I am.
Everyone looks to be in high spirits.
With good cause.
A common victory may serve to unite even the most unlikely of allies. You've brought us one step closer to a united Eorzea.
Please do not inflate his ego any further.
Your modesty knows no bounds, antecedent. Were it not for your efforts, Sir Emmerich would never have become such a steadfast ally. When he convinces his countrymen to rejoin the Alliance, we shall all reap the benefits, military and economic. I tell you, we are on the cusp of a new era of unity and prosperity. Territorial disputes are all that divide us now.
Are you sure about that?
But I have faith that we will find an amicable solution in time.
Uh-huh.
And failing that, I'll have my trusty warrior of light box the ears of all concerned. Speaking of whom...
You'll have your what now? That's it, I'm resigning.
She will be joining us shortly. A matter at the quicksand required her attention, but it did not sound serious.
This is it. Here we go. Thank you for coming, madam. Her Grace is most eager to speak with you. If you require a moment to compose yourself before your audience, you may have it. Or if you're ready, it will be my honor to escort you to her Grace's chamber forthwith. Upon proceeding to Sultan's bedchamber, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Here we go!
Enter. Your Grace, your guest has arrived. Pray, come in and take your ease.
Tis well that the steps of faith held against the Horde.
And what of the city proper?
We sustained some few losses, but the heart of our nation yet beats with vigor. I am not certain I could say the same had we not received your most generous aid.
Ah, yes, and now they're worried.
An attack on Ishgard is an attack on the realm. We stand together or fall divided.
Can you spell hypocrite?
Such noble words, after the fact.
Hey, Grumman! Welcome in, how have you been? I honestly haven't streamed that much after you have joined us in the follower pile, so don't worry too much about it. We are at the end of A Realm Reborn, actually, and it's gonna be cutscenes from now until the end of the stream, so there's gonna be a lot of information passing by, so yeah.
I had hoped to speak in the presence of Her Grace, but it seems she has been delayed. That being the case, now would seem as good a time as any. Honored friends, pray allow me to convey Ishgard's warmest gratitude for your part in the defense of our lands. 'Tis upon the success of this very alliance that my recommendation to throw open the gates of judgment shall be founded. With the blessing of the Archbishop, it is my hope that Ishgard will soon be reunited with her long-estranged sister nations, and that Eorzea shall once more be as one.
He knows how to make a room quiet. That's a skill. Oh, this is where you left off in Final Fantasy. Interesting. Did you play for long, or?
Very well.
Is Artemis?
Oh, but we love our newbies. We love our sprouts. If you have any questions, feel free to ask them and I'll answer them to my best of my ability.
Nothing to worry about. I shall return anon. You wished a word, Yu Hase?
Yeah, Statistician is also very knowledgeable about the game, so if I don't know the answer, please harass Statistician for the answer.
You may go. Your Grace. You must be curious as to the reason for this private audience. The matter I would discuss, however, will soon make apparent the need for discretion. I intend to abdicate the throne and dissolve the monarchy. You have seen for yourself the storm of turmoil that howls through our streets. The government fails in its responsibilities, and my subjects suffer the consequences of our incompetence. But I will see them suffer no longer. The victory feast shall provide the stage on which I declare the dissolution of the Sultanate.
That might be a bit hasty.
'Tis mine intent that the ruling class of our golden city should take its place beside the common man in a fair and equitable republic. No more shall this nation bow to the whims of a privileged few.
Yeah, I don't think you're gonna make people happy with this, but...
Yet, that which I propose will entail the tearing up of this city's very foundations. and even Roban, with all his strength and influence, will be hard-pressed to keep his footing on such treacherous ground. Thus would I ask you to lend him a steadying hand. You who have endured the wrath of innumerable foes are the one hero in whom I can place my trust. Will you do this thing for me?
Because it's you, yes, but otherwise no.
I am truly grateful. More grateful than I can well express. Much of my dread for the coming days has been quieted.
Yeah, my anxiety is raising above my standards. Rauban knows. Oh yeah, this was a setup.
Your Grace!
And his acting skills suck.
Her Grace, the Sultana, is dead.
I don't know for whom he's acting because everyone in this room is complicit, but...
In her wine?
Wow, he even knows that!
You did this!
Nope.
Spare us your denials! I see no other suspects, and the room has but the one entrance.
Yeah, but who has access to her wine, you nitwit?
I hereby accuse you of regicide. Men, arrest this viper.
That's the only thing I agree with, the fact that I'm a Viper, because I have that at level 100, so... Uh-huh. Yeah, that was foreshadowing.
Sir, barring a few exceptions, we have detained all those with allegiance to the Scions. The Rising Stones is also under our control.
And what do you hope to achieve with this mutiny?
Why, that which we have striven for all along, Commander. The salvation of Eorzea.
He just has a very different idea of salvation than we do.
What is the meaning of this?
Knights from the homeland. This cannot bode well.
Lord Commander, we have received an urgent message from the Holy See. I am grieved to report that your serpentine foes have resumed their assault. Needless to say, your presence is urgently required. These knights have come to bear you swiftly home to Ishgard.
Now I'm wondering if these are actual knights or just some idiots that Tadachi has an employ.
We've had no such word from our men, and the timing is most fortuitous to catch us away from the city.
Most fortuitous indeed.
Lord Commander, we must away.
You have been a most gracious host. I hope that I might one day return the favor. Come, Lucia.
Ah, smug little bastard.
Whatever is going on in there? Ah, the ever-dutiful brass blades. I must apologize, but my dance card is rather full. Another time, perhaps?
Thancred, of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. You stand accused of committing acts of espionage in service to the Garlean Empire.
Espionage? What in the seven hells are you talking about? Ah, if you're referring to that business with the Ultima weapon, then you must understand, I wasn't myself.
Under interrogation, an Imperial prisoner revealed your involvement in numerous dealings with the enemy. We've also been investigating reports that you are a practitioner of forbidden arts. You'd best come along with us.
I wonder what forbidden arts, actually. Can I expand on that, please?
You invite me to your party and now you want me to leave? I do so detest receiving mixed signals. Come then. I believe I've lost my appetite for this farce of a celebration.
You go too far, Lord Adeleji. By what right do you march armed soldiers into a royal banquet and eject state visitors without her grace's consent? You treat the brass blades as your personal army and show contempt for the throne with your every act. Leave us now.
Is that an order, General? Mayhap you have mistaken me for one of your flames. You will find I am not so slavishly obedient. As you lecture me on personal armies. As for your outrageous claim that I have shown contempt for the throne, let all here observe that it was not I who feasted while an assassin removed its occupant. I expect this is your idea of defending the nation, is it? This and diluting our forces through these distractions in Cartano and Kurthus. I do begin to see how the ranks of the Immortal Flames came to be riddled with Garlean sympathizers. You are plainly unfit for command.
Wait, goddamn you. Your words make no sense. What assassin?
You mean to say you don't know? We caught the vaunted champion of the Scions in her Grace's private chambers, not moments after the deed was done.
No! No, this cannot be!
Save your breath. You will need it to plead your case. You and your entire order are to be tried for this atrocity.
So smug.
This woman stands accused of poisoning Her Royal Majesty Nanamu ul Namo and as suspected accessories to the crime. All members of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn will be detained for questioning.
And with that, we'll wait until after the outbreak to continue. But we have been accused of regicide and now formally indicted with the fact, so that's fun. Well, if your outbreak is all done, then I know Darkslayer has subbed, so we can just continue.
This is madness!
What a pity. Who'd have thought your tale would end like this?
Well, you suspected this, probably.
Should you demand further proof, a vial with traces of the substance used to poison Her Grace was found upon the assassin's person.
How very convenient.
You would speak of convenience? Who persuaded Her Grace to host this celebration? A diversion which presented you and your confederates ample opportunity to commit the crime, and a crowd within which to fade from view. A more convenient occasion I could scarcely imagine.
Well, we didn't persuade Her Grace to host anything, so there goes your whole argument.
How dare you! After all we have done for Uldar!
Hold your tongue, witch! I'll not be ensorcelled! I know all about the dark gift that you and your disciples wield. Oh, yes. I've observed how you worked upon the minds of the Alliance leaders, bending them to your will. And what of your cordial relationship with Sir Emmerich? For years, Ishgard abjured all contact with the outside world, and now the Lord Commander of the Temple Knights treats you with the familiarity of a childhood friend.
Do you know how much blood, sweat, and tears I put into that relationship with Ishgard? Took me so long.
I'll tell you what I think. I think this desperate defense of Ishgard was but a ruse to deceive us into dividing our forces. Your next move will be to charm your Kurthan allies into invading our lands.
Like they have the forces for that.
Now that is truly ridiculous.
How do you even think of this stuff?
She cannot be dead. Stand aside, Ilbert. I want to see the Sultana.
Spare yourself the pain, brother. I saw her with my own eyes.
You weren't there.
For a mercy, the poison took her swiftly. Her handmaiden can attest to that.
This cannot be. Nanamo. Nanamo. No!
Plainly, the Royalists can no longer be relied upon to keep our nation safe. And so it falls to the monitorists of the Syndicate to govern Uldar. But should you wish to help us, General, we would be more than happy to entrust the task of planning Her Grace's funeral to you.
I would shut up.
It seems only right that you should bury your precious Sultana, and we will be glad to be rid of that burden.
Dude, last warning.
I'll bet you will. You more than any man.
Whatever do you mean?
I mean you had her killed, you black-hearted bastard!
What rot! Though I did have sufficient motive, 'tis true. That young lady caused me no end of grief. She always was a most unwilling puppet. I dare say Her Grace was grateful that someone thought to cut her strings.
You would mock her, then mock her from hell!
What?
And that's how you make one potato into two. Raubon is my favorite for a reason.
Have you lost your mind, General? It is forbidden to draw steel in the royal chambers, much less slaughter our fellow syndicate members. You're one of them. You've been in league with the Scions all along.
And one mastermind falls, and the second stands up.
You're next, you scheming bastard!
And there went Raubon's left arm.
Raubon!
Seven hells!
Admiral, we must leave.
How unlike you, old friend. I did not expect to take your arm so easily.
Take the Scions into custody. They have conspired to commit regicide. And arrest this traitor as well.
Ilbert, I hope you choke on their coin.
'Tis better than the dirt I've supped on these long years. We can't all abandon Alamigo and become great war heroes as you have. You are not the man you once were, Raban. Since that girl strapped the yoke around your neck, you've become docile. She took the mad bull and cut off his balls, and a bull that cannot rot is fit for naught but slaughter.
Oh, he's so condescending. I want to punch him in the face.
Shall I tell you who really killed your precious Sultana? It was me.
Oh!
You die!
I forgot that he did that! Oh my god!
I never doubted you, not for a moment. But there is more to this than I yet understand.
Well, thank you for the trust, Raban.
Flee this place. Clear your names. Find out who is behind this plot. It is the only way. Now go!
The fact he's doing all that while still suffering from his cut off arm, like, dude!
Ah, there you are.
So casually.
Where have you been?
Avoiding the fumbling advances of some very persistent admirers. When I realized the celebrations had turned sour, it seemed prudent to slip away and take stock of the situation. 'Twould appear that much of the city is already under tight guard. It occurs to me that expanding the Brass Blade's authority may not have been such a wonderful idea after all.
Hindsight, huh?
The success of this plan was contingent upon those thugs having the run of the place. Just how long has this scheme been in motion?
The careful preparations, the maneuvering of forces. I am inclined to agree with the General's insistence that a deeper plot exists here.
So, would I be right in thinking we now have an excuse to pummel as many brass blades as we like?
Yes, Ida. Yes.
Unless you plan on pummeling them all, I'm not sure that will greatly aid our cause.
The Sultana's assassination was but one part of the scheme. We too were its targets. And though we did not share Pornonimo's fate, we are yet hobbled by the charges laid at our door. Where now might we seek refuge?
Where indeed, we may safely assume that our foe has thought to have the Rising Stones watched.
Forgive me for stating the obvious, but our choice of destination will matter little if we cannot secure an escape route out of Ul'dah. Happily, I believe I can provide one. Papa Shan once told me about the passages hidden in the walls of the palace. If I recall correctly, the fireplace in Animo's chambers conceals the entrance to a tunnel. It should lead outside the city and allow us to avoid any messy confrontations.
The rest of you, go on ahead. I'll handle this lot.
By yourself? I suppose I shall just have to join you.
Crystal Braves too, huh? Now this should be interesting.
Ida! Papalimo!
No interfering.
We will hold our pursuers here. Hurry, now! Find this tunnel of Thancreds.
Minfilia, we cannot linger.
Now look what you've done.
Woo!
Ida, are you all right? There are just too many of them.
I'm fine. I could do this all day. How about you?
Nearing the end of my tether.
This is so stupid. We're the scions of the Seventh Dawn. The ones who stand between this realm and the evil that's trying to destroy it.
And if you think we'll leave the stewardship of Eorzea to the likes of your masters, then you're sorely mistaken.
Sorry I dragged you into this, Papalimo.
'Tis hardly the first time, and I'll be damned if it will be the last. Let them have it, Ida!
I never knew such a watercourse existed beneath Uldar.
The architecture is of the Sildine style, if I'm not mistaken. The ancients plainly foresaw the need for a ready means of escape.
This way! Well, that didn't take long. It seems these tunnels were not as secret as I'd hoped.
You two
Well, he
go on
did
ahead.
kind of broadcast it.
Thancred and I will deal with this.
What do you mean to do?
Only that which is required to ensure that the dawn's light survive to brighten the morrow.
Fear not, antecedent. You haven't seen the last of these fair features.
My friends.
Ugh.
Leave us!
What is the plan, milady? Shall I take the dozen on the left and you the dozen on the right? The odds are not exactly stacked in our favor.
Numbers will count for little when I bring the tunnel down upon their heads. Though I cannot say I relish the thought of being entombed with you for all eternity.
You wound me. I will have you know that many a maid would kill for the chance to spend forever at my side. Now, may I have the last dance? Well, this is going splendidly. Now would be a good time, milady!
'Tis done. Forgive me, Mitra.
Farewell, Nymphilia.
Heidelin, she speaks to me. No. I must remain behind, but you cannot stay with me. Please, you must go on. You are the warrior of light. You are hope for the Scions and for all the realm. As long as your flame continues to burn, the light of the dawn may ever be relit. You must escape and save Eorzea from those who would plunge it into darkness. Tis the only way.
I am glad to see you safe, my friend. What of the others? Damn that man! Teleji played me for a fool! I thought the Crystal Brave's mine till the very moment I felt the blade at my back.
There will be ample time for soul-searching later. For now, we must put some arms between us and Ul'dah.
Well, would you look who it is? Need a ride? I doubt it'll be half as exciting as the last trip we took. Not if I have anything to say about it anyway.
We still have allies in our corner.
Let's not dawdle, eh? All aboard! I was stocking up on supplies over in Vesper Bay, you see, when your sister come up and begged a favour. Said her brother was having some trouble down in Ul'dah, and likely needed a helping hand getting away. Thinking them ruins would make a fine hiding place, I decided to try there first. And lo and behold, there you were!
Alize to the rescue.
By them soldiers as we're pouring out of the city, I arrived not a moment too soon. Must have been fate that we happened to find you there, though, eh?
I had thought to look out for Alize, but would appear she was the one watching over me. I've made such a mess of things.
Yes, you have.
And who might you be, young sir?
Pippin Taropin, Vice Marshal of the Immortal Flames. I had been on the Alamegan front these past few moons, but an urgent communication called me back to Ul'dah. Scarce had my boots touched the cobbles, though, when the streets erupted with cries of assassination. I immediately went in search of answers, and came across Master Alphino here. Needless to say, I did not think his imprisonment justified. The blame plainly lies with the Monitorists. Their greed and corruption are well known to me, but for them to take advantage of the situation with such alacrity...
Was that Pippin, you said? Ain't that the name of General Alden's lad?
Yes, I am his son. Adopted, of course. 'Twas only as we were leaving Ul'dah that I learned of father's fate. Once I have seen you a safe distance away, I mean to return to the city and extricate him from this madness.
Good boy.
Then you needn't travel no further than Blackbrush. Our fugitives have a friend waiting for them there.
I dreamed of bringing about Eorzea's salvation, but in the end...
Snap out of it, Alphino.
'Twas I who needed saving.
There's enough time to be sad later. The soldiers keep searching for a while yet. I reckon we'll take the carriage back towards Ul'dah and get the lay of the land, and maybe provide destruction if need be. You free right here. Hell will be along shortly. Stay strong, friends. The real fight's to come. Alright, he can wallow. But at least let's wallow in safety instead of, you know, being on the run. That sounds dangerous. How could I have been so blind? Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself as well, but... The most unassuming folk can prove to be our greatest allies. That fellow was but a passing merchant, yet he lends aid without a moment's hesitation, or any hint of concern for his own safety. Though I can well imagine how a man could feel inspired to risk all in your presence. Father spoke often of humanity, and long have I looked forward to our first meeting. Needless to say, this is not all how I imagined it, how I envisioned it. Master Alvino, you must not give in to despair, that would only play into our enemy's hands. So as long as you and Melody are free, we may still set things right. Forgive me, Marshal Taupin. Alvino, my boy, sorry to keep you waiting. Sid, what are you doing here? Pulling you out of the fire, as usual. Your merchantman told me everything. Truly? Then he's no merchant but an angel in peddler's clothing. But tell us, how do you enter the bear of friends to safety? I hit the Enterprise, but a short distance away. All I need is a destination. We must find a place beyond the reach of both the monitorists and the Crystal Braves. Quaffus. Ishgard will not suffer the intrusion of foreign forces in their territory. That settles it. With me, everyone. Not I fear. I must remain here. I dare not abandon Ul'dah to the monitorists and their cronies. You may be certain they will seek to defame you both here and in the other city-states, but know that I shall do my utmost to thwart their every effort. Frankly, I do not expect it to be much of a challenge. The small folk will not turn so easily in the warrior of light and her allies, no matter what the monitorists claim. Marshal Darpin, I know not what to say. Ha! Now that father would labor to believe. But enough talk, you must go, and Master Alphino, here our ship awaits. Up, there's no rest for righteous. We should make for countering ahead and speak with Lord Harshfond. Mayhap he will know what to do. Lord Harshfond has agreed to grant succor. He says that we will be safe here. Well, thank the gods for Harshfond. Master Elfino told me your tale, Melody. It warms my heart that you should turn to me before all others, and I shall endeavor to deserve your trust. As the situation here has grown more complicated in your absence, it would be best if I explained in full. What happened, Harshfond?
There has been word from the capital. Ishgard has weathered another assault, and 'tis said several wyverns broke through into the city proper.
So, that whole thing from Telegy wasn't a ruse?
The Temple Knights succeeded in slaying the beasts, but the intrusion prompted orders to further strengthen the guard, and to place the city under a perpetual state of alert.
Damn!
How keenly we feel the loss of our wards at the gates of judgment. Yet we must not bemoan our misfortune. Sir Emmerich is safely returned from Uldar, and once more leads the defense of Ishgard. As for the matter of your asylum, I am afraid no progress will be made until the threat to our nation is diminished. But do not despair. You are not without allies. You are more than welcome to shelter here for as long as you wish. Pray, think of it as a new headquarters of sorts. The Falling Snows, or some such.
Merciful! Oh, he's my boy.
All frivolity aside, any who come here in search of you will receive no aid from House Fortom. For once, the Ishgardian reputation for inhospitality shall work in our favor.
Yeah, the falling snows, but I love him so.
Agents of Uldar will find their every inquiry dismissed, and their every request for entry rebuffed, until such time as their masters have acknowledged your innocence. You once fought to preserve the honor of my dear friend. 'Tis a blessing that I may now repay that debt in kind. But let us dwell no more on this. Pray, join the rest of your companions. 'Tis bitterly cold this day. I suspect there are those who might welcome the warmth your presence brings.
Oh no, not more cutscenes! Oh. Elfino, Melody, is it really you? I'm so happy that you are. I tried contacting Mavi and the others, but no one would respond. And then Crystal Braves, our own people, turned on us in the marketplace. Cinnamon told me to run, and so I did. I ran and I ran until my lungs burned and my feet ached. But I lost my way, and then... Fortunately, I did observe some Braves behaving suspiciously beforehand. Ah yes, my mask. It was lost in the struggle. Pretty, isn't she? Isn't she? Anyway, after Yugiri found me, we traveled to Vesper Bay and met up with Urianger. When we told him what had happened, he used his magic to weave a glamour around the Waking Sands. From the outside, our old headquarters now looked like an abandoned storehouse. The transformation didn't take long either. Apparently, Urianger started making preparations after the Imperial attack, just in case the Empire ever chooses to pay us another visit. Good thinking, eh? Sorry, where was I? Oh, yes, so we waited there at the Waking Sands, hoping others would come, but no one else did. My people are searching for the other science even as we speak, but we have met with no success as yet. I had hoped you might be able to suggest further places to look. But you should know the Rhinestones did not share the Waking Sands' good fortune. Only crystal blades await you there. Be that as may, we have yet have cause to hope, do we not? If the two of you escaped, it is not impossible that the others could have done so as well. You may have been forsaken by men and women believed true, but rest assured that the people of Doma yet stand with you. We welcome this opportunity to repair our debts and shall continue our efforts to locate the others and see you time to resort to the rightful place of honor.
"'Tis all my doing. I believed myself the only one who truly understood Eorzea's woes. And look what that arrogance has wrought.
Yes, now it's time to wallow deeply.
I gave commands, influenced governments with my certainty. I treated the Crystal Braves and even the Scions themselves as pawns in my great scheme to save the realm. But in my headlong rush into imagined glory, I paid no heed to the ground upon which I trod. The salvation of Eorzea. What was it that I hoped to achieve? Did I believe that I could rid the realm of every danger and difficulty? That I could defeat the Empire and the Ascians, and find homes for every refugee? Oh, yes. I was so very clever. Become a guardian of Eorzea, I implored, and sat back to watch my perfect army cleanse the land of chaos. It was all but a means to feed my own vanity.
Well, good that you're figuring it out now.
Only when all is lost do I finally realize the truth.
I could also slap some sense into you if you want me to.
Oh, Alphino.
So, Master Alphino, are you content to remain a broken blade? Is there no flame hot enough to reforge you? What of the fine companions who yet stand at your side? I dare say the fires of their determination will soon have you slicing the air again with your customary wit.
I hardly deserve such friendship. And besides, where are we to go?
Alphino, if I may?
Should this place not serve our purpose, then we shall go to Ishgard. Minfilia told me many times, as long as we stand fast against despair, the beacon of hope will never be lost to sight. Be it in the snow or in the clouds, we few will see that the dawn's light shines again.
Oh, Tataru.
You are right, Tataru. Thank you. And thank you for your kind words, Lord Orchefon. 'Tis true that Eorzea yet has her guardians.
Yeah, I agree. Tataru is top notch. She is so good.
The Scions have achieved much, and 'twould be remiss of me to discard it all in a fit of self-pity.
No, please go back to wallowing. You need to do that to serve penance.
Let us then resume our journey, together, one step at a time.
And with that, we have reached the end of A Realm Reborn the patches. Which means that next time on Saturday, we will be starting Heavensward. And I am so excited to get to one of my favorite expansions. Oh, I'm so happy. And thank you all for supporting me and allowing me to make it this far. I'm really pleased with how it's been so far, and yeah, I'm really happy. Yeah, it was super intense. This whole sequence of events is also known under Final Fantasy XIV players as the Bloody Banquet, which you can actually... Decision, I have already done the coils. Check out YouTube. The coils is already on there. I did that a few weeks ago. I did it in New Game Plus. Yep. But yeah, we'll be starting Heavensward on Saturday, and I'm really excited. There is one sequence of quests that I do want to do before we start Heavensward, and that will be the Hildebrand series. I'm unsure how long it is going to take in New Game Plus, but we'll do that before starting Heavensward. I highly recommend turning up for that stream. Yeah, those are great. Session doesn't really like them, but I actually do. I think they're funny. And they are important. They have very important lore in them, Session. I'm just having so much fun already, so... With that said, I'm not gonna make you sit through all of the interesting. You can watch the cutscenes, well, the credits in your own time. I do want to watch his cutscene. This is important.
All has been arranged as you desired, my lord.
He doesn't look too happy. Brauban. Nabrialis is no more. The other was not his to invoke. His demise was of his own making. Nevertheless, it concerns me. They have extinguished what should have rightly be eternal. Mayhap he was not wholly mistaken. Greater haste may be warranted. We are of one mind. The northern lands, then? The earth is fertile and the seeds well sown. By my will they shall reap a salvation unlike the world has known. By his will. By his will. Ooh. I have answered thy summons, emissary. Speak and make thine intent known. I would speak of fate, Archon. Yours, mine, the fate of this very star. Ugh.
Thou thinkest sanctuary lieth beyond. Delusion, despair, death. Thou shalt find naught else here.
You keep believing that, Midi. You keep believing that. To preserve the dawn's light, the heroes journeyed north. Their hearts filled with hope, their eyes fixed heavenward. Yay! And with that, it is 5:30, so it's time for me to think about dinner. And with that, I am going to wish you all a farewell. Um, like I said, Saturday is Hildebrand and then Start of Heavensward. I'm doing Hildebrand mostly because I know that a lot of you will join in later. So you have a better chance of actually making the Start of Heavensward. Yeah, alright. Then I'll see you guys all Saturday. Hey, bye-bye!